All right, here's a little outline of Deuteronomy. Author Moses. Date written around 1400 BC. Purpose. Deuteronomy means second law because in this book there is a renewing of the covenant and the repetition of the law. This is the moment just before the new generation is about to enter the promised land. Moses is recounting their history, the great and mighty acts of God on behalf of the nation, seeking to inspire hope, engender trust, and renew their courage. Moses knows he is not going into the land with them on account of his own disobedience and failing to treat God as holy. In the face of their fear and sense of lack, God wants the new generation to know his power and willingness to provide, but Moses misrepresented him as being angry and struck the rock a second time when all he needed to do was speak. The law can show you the way, but on its own it cannot lead you in. This is about obeying his voice. Joshua will be the one to lead the people in. As such, Moses gives a complete and sobering account of all the commands, renews with them the covenant God established with their fathers, and sets before them a choice. If they will obey his voice and walk in his ways, they will know blessing and live long in the land. If they forsake the relationship, it will only invite calamity. Life and death, blessing and cursing. Choose life. Key verses. Now, Israel, what does the Lord your God require from you but to fear the Lord your God, to walk in all his ways and love him, and to serve the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul. Deuteronomy 10:12. I call heaven and earth to witness against you today that I have set before you life and death, the blessing and the curse. So choose life in order that you may live, you and your descendants, by loving the Lord your God, by obeying his voice, and by holding fast to him. For this is your life and the length of your days, that you may live in the land which the Lord swore to your fathers, to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, to give them. Deuteronomy 30:19 and 20. Key people: Moses, Joshua. That's it.
All right. Well, here is Deuteronomy 1, the fifth book of Moses. Israel's history after the Exodus. These are the words which Moses spoke to all Israel across the Jordan, in the wilderness, in the Arba opposite Suf, between Paran and Tophel, and Laban, and Hazroth, and Dizahab. It is 11 days' journey from the Horeb by the way of Mount Seir to Kadesh Barnea. In the 40th year, on the first day of the 11th month, Moses spoke to the children of Israel, according to all that the Lord had commanded him to give to them. After he had defeated Sihon, the king of the Amorites, who lived in Heshbon, and Og, the king of Bashan, who lived in Ashtaroth and Edrei. Across the Jordan in the land of Moab, Moses undertook to expound this law, saying, The Lord our God spoke to us at Horeb, saying, You have stayed long enough at this mountain. Turn and set your journey, and go to the hill country of the Amorites, and to all their neighbors in the Arabah, in the hill country, and in the lowland, and in the Negev, and by the sea coast, the land of the Canaanites, and Lebanon, as far as the great river, the river Euphrates. See, I have placed the land before you. Go in and possess the land which the Lord swore to give to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to tell them and their descendants after them. I spoke to you at that time, saying, I am not able to bear the burden of you alone. The Lord your God has multiplied you, and behold, you are this day like the stars of heaven in number. May the Lord, the God of your fathers, increase you 1,000-fold more than you are, and bless you, just as he promised you. How can I alone bear the load and burden of you and your strife? Choose wise and discerning and experienced men for your tribes, and I will appoint them as your heads. You answered me and said, the thing which you have said to do is good. So I took the heads of your tribes, wise and experienced men, and appointed them heads over you, leaders of thousands and of hundreds, of fifties and of tens, and officers for your tribes. Then I charged your judges at that time, saying, hear the cases between your fellow countrymen, and judge righteously between a man and his fellow countryman, or the alien who is with him. You shall not show partiality in judgment. You shall hear the small and the great alike. You shall not fear man, for the judgment is God's. The case that is too hard for you, you shall bring to me, and I will hear it. I command you at the time all the things that you should do. Then we set out from Horeb and went through all that great and terrible wilderness which you saw on the way to the hill country of the Amorites, just as the Lord our God had commanded us, and we came to Kadesh Barnea. I said to you, you have to come to the hill country of the Amorites, which the Lord our God is about to give us. See, the Lord your God has placed the land before you. Go up, take possession, as the Lord, the God of your fathers, has spoken to you. Do not fear or be dismayed. Then all of you approached me and said, let us send men before us, that they may search out the land for us, and bring back to us word of the way by which we should go up, and the cities which we shall enter. The thing pleased me, and I took 12 of your men, 1 man for each tribe. They turned and went up into the hill country, and came to the valley of Eshcol, and spied it out. Then they took some of the fruit of the land in their hands, and brought it down to us. And they brought us back a report, and said, it is a good land which the Lord our God is about to give us. Yet you were not willing to go up, but rebelled against the command of the Lord your God. And you grumbled in your tents and said, because the Lord hates us, he has brought us out of the land of Egypt to deliver us into the hand of the Amorites to destroy us. Where can we go up? Our brethren have made our hearts melt, saying, the people are bigger and taller than we. The cities are large and fortified to heaven. And besides, we saw the sons of the Anakim there. Then I said to you, do not be shocked, nor fear them. The Lord your God, who goes before you, will himself fight on your behalf, just as he did for you in Egypt before your eyes, and in the wilderness where you saw how the Lord your God carried you, just as a man carries his son, in all the way which you have walked until you came to this place. But for all this you did not trust the Lord your God, who goes before you on your way, to seek out a place for you to encamp, in fire by night and cloud by day, to show you the way in which you should go. Then the Lord heard the sound of your words, and he was angry, and took an oath, saying, not one of these men, this evil generation, shall see the good land which I swore to give your fathers, except Caleb the son of Jephunneh. He shall see it, and to him and his sons I will give the land of which he has set foot, because he has followed the Lord fully. The Lord was angry with me also on your account, saying, not even you shall enter there. Joshua the son of Nun, who stands before you, he shall enter there. Encourage him, for he will cause Israel to inherit it. Moreover, your little ones who you said would become a prey, and your sons who this day have no knowledge of good or evil shall enter there, and I will give it to them, and they shall possess it. But as for you, turn around and set out for the wilderness by the way to the Red Sea. Then you said to me, we have sinned against the Lord. We will indeed go up and fight just as the Lord our God commanded us. And every man of you girded on his weapons of war and regarded it as easy to go up into the hill country. And the Lord said to me, say to them, do not go up nor fight, for I am not among you. Otherwise you will be defeated before your enemies. So I spoke to you, but you would not listen. Instead, you rebelled against the command of the Lord and acted presumptuously, and went up into the hill country. The Amorites who lived in that hill country came out against you and chased you as bees do, and crushed you from the Seir to Hormah. Then you returned and wept before the Lord. But the Lord did not listen to your voice, nor give ear to you. So you remained in Kadesh many days, the days that you spent there.
Okay, this is a small little entry in between Deuteronomy, and just figured I'd read it. Source of American exceptionalism. Alexis de Tocqueville, a famous French statesman and historian, witnessed the amazing growth of a young America and wanted to see for himself what made the new nation so special. In 1831, he traversed America for 8 months, returning home to report what he had learned in a work now known as Democracy in America. Thoroughly impressed with what he saw, he extolled, the position of the Americans is quite exceptional, and it may be believed that no democratic people will ever be placed in a similar one. The statement results in the phrase American exceptionalism, describing the unprecedented stability, prosperity, and liberty produced by the institutions and policies based on concepts such as God-given inalienable rights, individualism, limited government, full republicanism, separation of powers, and an educated and virtuous citizenry. But where did our founding fathers find these unique ideas? In an attempt to answer this question, political scientists embarked on an ambitious project to analyze some 15,000 writings from the founding era, 1760 to 1805, with the goal of isolating and identifying the political sources referenced in each work. If the source of the references could be determined, the origin of the founders' political ideas could be determined. The researchers identified 3,154 quotations and documented the source of each, finding that the single most cited authority was the Bible. 34% of the documented quotes were taken from the scriptures, a percentage almost 4 times higher than the second most cited source. What parts of the Bible were most frequently invoked? According to the researchers, although the citations came from virtually every part of the Bible, St. Paul was the favorite in the New Testament. St. Peter was next, and then John's Gospel. Deuteronomy was the most cited Old Testament book, followed by Isaiah, Genesis, Exodus, and Leviticus. Other prominently cited books of the Bible were Psalms, Proverbs, Jeremiah, Chronicles, and Judges. Notice that the Old Testament book cited most often was Deuteronomy. So as you read this book, keep your eyes open for passages that could have had direct application to the formation of our constitutional republic. For more of Tocqueville's impressions of young America, see the article before the book of Haggai. Deuteronomy 2, Wanderings in the Wilderness. Then we turned to set out for the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea, as the Lord spoke to me and circled Mount Seir for many days. And the Lord spoke to me, saying, You have circled this mountain long enough. Now turn north and command the people, saying, You will pass through the territory of your brothers, the sons of Esau, who lived in Seir. They will be afraid of you, so be very careful. Do not provoke them, for I will not give you any of their land, even as little as a footstep, because I have given Mount Seir to Esau as a possession. You shall buy food from them with money so that you may eat, and you shall also purchase water from them with money so that you may drink. For the Lord your God has blessed you in all that you have done. He has known your wanderings through this great wilderness. These 40 years the Lord your God has been with you. You have not lacked a thing. So we passed beyond our brothers, the sons of Esau, who lived in Seir, away from the Arabah road, away from Elath, and from Ezion Gerber. And we turned and passed through by the way of the wilderness of Moab. Then the Lord said to me, do not harass Moab, nor provoke them to war, for I will not give you any of their land as a possession, because I have given Ar to the sons of Lot as a possession. The Emim lived there formerly, a people as great, numerous, and tall as the Anakim. Like the Anakim, they are also regarded as Rephaim, but the Moabites call them Emim. The Horites formerly lived in Seir, but the sons of Esau dispossessed them, and destroyed them from before them, and settled in their place, just as Israel did to the land of their possession, which the Lord gave to them. Now arise and cross over the brook Zered yourselves. So we crossed over the brook Zered. Now the time that it took for us to come from Kadesh Barnea until we crossed over the brook Zered was 38 years, until all the generation of the men of war perished from within the camp, as the Lord had sworn to them. Moreover, the hand of the Lord was against them to destroy them from within the camp until they all perished. So it came about, when all the men of war had finally perished from among the people, that the Lord spoke to me, saying, today you shall cross over Ar, the border of Moab. When you come opposite the sons of Ammon, do not harass them nor provoke them, for I will not give you any of the land of the sons of Ammon as a possession, because I have given it to the sons of Lot as a possession. It is also regarded as the land of the Rephaim, for Rephaim formerly lived in it, but the Ammonites called them Zamzumin. How do you say that word? Zamzumin. Zamzumin, a people as great, numerous, and tall as the Anakim, but the Lord destroyed them before them, and they dispossessed them and settled in their place, just as he did for the sons of Esau who lived in Seir when he destroyed the Horites from before them. They dispossessed them and settled in their place even to this day. And Avim, who lived in villages as far as Gaza, the Caphtorim, who came from Caphtor, destroyed them and lived in their place. Arise, set out and pass through the valley of Arnon. Look, I have given Sihon the Amorite, king of Heshbon, and his land into your hand. Begin to take possession and contend with him in battle. This day I will begin to put the dread and fear of you upon the peoples everywhere under the heavens, who, when they hear the report of you, will tremble and be in anguish because of you. So I sent messengers from the wilderness of Kedemoth to Sihon, king of Heshbon, with words of peace, saying, let me pass through your land. I will travel only on the highway. I will not turn aside to the right or to the left. You will sell me food for money so that I may eat, and give me water for money so that I may drink. Only let me pass through on foot, just as the sons of Esau who lived in Seir and the Moabites who lived in Ar did for me, until I cross over the Jordan into the land which the Lord our God is giving to us. But Sihon, king of Heshbon, was not willing for us to pass through his land, for the Lord your God hardened his spirit and made his heart obstinate in order to deliver him into your hand, and he is today, as he is today. The Lord said to me, see, I have begun to deliver Sihon and his land over to you. Begin to occupy that you may possess his land. Then Sihon, with all his people, came out to meet us in battle at Jahaz. The Lord our God delivered him over to us, and we defeated him with his sons and all his people. So we captured all his cities at the time and utterly destroyed the men, women, and children of every city. We left no survivor. We took only the animals as our booty and the spoil of the cities which we had captured. From Auror, which is on the edge of the valley of Arnon, and from the city which is the valley, even in Gilead, there was no city that was too high for us. The Lord our God delivered all over to us. I don't like how that sounds. The Lord our God delivered all over to us. Okay. Only you did not go near the land of the sons of Ammon, all along the river Jabbok and the cities of the hill country, and wherever the Lord our God had commanded us. That's it. All right, Deuteronomy 3, Conquests Recounted. And we turned and went up the road to Bashan, and Og, king of Bashan, with all his people, came out to meet us in battle at Edrei. But the Lord said to me, do not fear him, for I have delivered him and all his people and his land to your hand. And you shall do to him just as you did to Sihon, king of the Amorites, who lived at Heshbon. So the Lord our God delivered Og also, king of Bashan, with all his people, into our hand, and we smote them until no survivor was left. We captured all his cities at that time. There was not a city which we did not take from them. 60 cities, all the region of Argob, the kingdom of Og in Bashan. All these were cities fortified with high walls, gates, and bars, besides a great many unwalled towns. We utterly destroyed them, as we did to Sihon, king of Heshbon, utterly destroying the men, women, and children of every city. But all the animals and the spoil of the cities we took as our booty. Thus we took the land at the time from the hand of the 2 kings of the Amorites who were beyond the Jordan, from the valley of Arnon to Mount Hermon. Sidonians call Hermon Sirion, and the Amorites call it Senir. All the cities of the all the cities of the plateau, and all Gilead, and all Bashan, as far as Salcah and Edrei, cities of the kingdom of Og in Bashan. For only Og, kingdom of Bashan, was left of the remnant of the Rephaim. Behold, his bedstead was an iron bedstead. It is in Rabbah of the sons of Ammon. Its length was 9 cubits, and its width 4 cubits by ordinary cubit. So we took possession of this land at that time. From Arori, I can't say that word. I don't even know how to start it. Aroer, Aror, which is by the valley of Arnon, and half the hill country of Gilead, and its cities I gave to the Reubenites and to the Gadites. The rest of Gilead and all Bashan, the kingdom of Og, I gave to the half-tribe of Manasseh. All the region of Argob, concerning all Bashan, it is called the land of Rephaim. Jair, the son of Manasseh, took all the region of Argob as far as the border of Geshurites and the Maccathites, and called it, that is, Bashan, after his own name, Havoth-jar, as it is today. To Machir I give Gilead. To the Reubenites and the Gadites I gave from Gilead even as far as the valley of Arnon, the middle of the valley as a border, as far as the river Jabbok, the border of the sons of Ammon, the Arabah, also with the Jordan as a border, from Chinnereth even as far as the sea of the Arabah, the salt sea at the foot of the slopes of Pisgah on the east. Then I commanded you at that time, saying, the Lord your God has given you this land to possess it. All you valiant men shall cross over armed before your brothers, the sons of Israel. But your wives and your little ones and your livestock, I know that you have much livestock, shall remain in your cities which I have given you, until the Lord gives rest to your fellow countrymen as to you. And they also possess the land which the Lord your God will give them beyond the Jordan. Then you may return every man to his possession which I have given you. I commanded Joshua at the time, saying, Your eyes have seen all that the Lord your God has done to these two kings, so the Lord shall do to all the kingdoms into which you are about to cross. Do not fear them, for the Lord your God is the one fighting for you. I also pleaded with the Lord at that time, saying, O Lord God, you have begun to show your servant your greatness and your strong hand. For what God is there in heaven or on earth who can do such works and mighty as yours? Let me, I pray, cross over and see the fair land that is beyond the Jordan, that good hill country and Lebanon. But the Lord was angry with me on your account and would not listen to me. And the Lord said to me, Enough, speak to me no more of this matter. Go up to the top of Pisgah and lift up your eyes to the west and north and south and east, and see it with your own eyes, for you shall not cross over this Jordan. But charge Joshua and encourage him and strengthen him, for he shall go across at the head of his people, and he will give them as an inheritance the land which you will see. So we remained in the valley opposite Beth Peor. That's it. Israel urged to obey God's law. Now, O Israel, listen to the statutes and judgments which I am teaching you to perform, so that you may live and go in and take possession of the land which the Lord, the God of your fathers, is giving you. You shall not add to the word which I am commanding you, nor take away from it, that you may keep the commandments of the Lord your God which I command you. Your eyes have seen what the Lord has done in the case of Baal Peor. For all the men who follow Baal Peor, the Lord your God has destroyed them from among you. But you who held fast to the Lord your God are alive today, every one of you. See, I have taught you statutes and judgments, just as the Lord my God commanded me, that you should do thus in the land where you are entering to possess it. So keep and do them, for that is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the peoples who will hear all these statutes and say, Surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. For what great nation is there that has a God so near to it as the Lord our God whenever we call on him? Or what great nation is there that has statutes and judgments as righteous as this whole law which I am setting before you today? Only give heed to yourself and keep your soul diligently, so that you do not forget the things which your eyes have seen, and they do not depart from your heart all the days of your life, but make them known to your sons and grandsons. Remember the day you stood before the Lord your God at Horeb, when the Lord said to me, Assemble the people to me, that I may let them hear my word, so they may learn to fear me all the days they live on the earth, and that they may teach their children. You came near and stood at the foot of the mountain, and the mountain burned with fire to the very heart of the heavens, darkness, cloud, and thick gloom. Then the Lord spoke to you from the midst of the fire. You heard the sound of words, but you saw no form, only a voice. So he declared to you his covenant, which he commanded you to perform, that is, the 10 Commandments. He wrote them on 2 tablets of stone. The Lord commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and judgments, that you might perform them in the land where you are going over to possess it. So watch yourselves carefully, since you did not see any form on the day the Lord spoke to you at Horeb from the midst of the fire, so that you do not act corruptly and make a graven image for yourselves in the form of any figure, the likeness of male or female, the likeness of any animal that is on the earth, the likeness of any winged bird that flies in the sky, the likeness of anything that creeps on the ground, the likeness of any fish that is in the water below the earth. And beware not to lift up your eyes to heaven and see the sun and moon and the stars, all the host of heaven, and be drawn away and worship them and serve them, those which the Lord your God has allotted to all the peoples under the whole heaven. But the Lord has taken you and brought you out of the iron furnace from Egypt to be a people for his own possession as today. Now the Lord was angry with me on your account and swore that I would not cross the Jordan and that I would not enter the good land which the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance. For I will die in this land. I shall not cross the Jordan, but you shall cross and take possession of this good land. So watch yourselves, that you do not forget the covenant of your Lord your God, which he made with you, and make for yourselves a graven image in the form of anything against which the Lord your God has commanded you. For the Lord your God is a consuming fire, a jealous God. When you become the father of children and your children's children, and have remained long in the land, and act corruptly, and make an idol in the form of anything, and do not that which is evil in the sight of the Lord your God, so as to provoke him to anger, I call heaven and earth to witness against you today, that you will surely perish quickly from the land where you are going over the Jordan to possess it. You shall not live long on it, but will be utterly destroyed. The Lord will scatter you among the peoples, and you will be left few in number among the nations where the Lord drives you. There you will serve gods, the work of man's hands, wood and stone, which neither see nor hear, nor eat nor smell. But from there you will seek the Lord your God, and you will find him if you search for him with all your heart and all your soul. When you are in distress and all these things have come upon you, in the latter days you will return to the Lord your God and listen to his voice. For the Lord your God is a compassionate God. He will not fail you, nor destroy you, nor forget the covenant with your fathers which he swore to them. Indeed, ask now concerning the former days which were before you, since the day that God created man on the earth, and inquire from one end of the heavens to the other, has anything been done like this great thing, or has anything been heard like it? Has any people heard the voice of God speaking from the midst of the fire as you have heard it, and survived? Or has a God tried to go and take for himself a nation from within another nation, by trials, by signs and wonders, and by war, and by a mighty hand, and by an outstretched arm, and by great terrors, as the Lord your God did for you in Egypt before your eyes? To you it was shown that you might know that To you it was shown that you might know the Lord. He is God. There is no other besides him. Out of the heavens he let you hear his voice to discipline you, and on earth he let you see his great fire, and you heard his words from the midst of the fire. Because he loved your fathers, therefore he chose their descendants after them, and he personally brought you from Egypt by his great power, driving out from before you nations greater and mightier than you, to bring you in and to give you their land for inheritance as it is today. Know therefore today and take it to your heart that the Lord, he is God in heaven above and on the earth below. There is no other. So you shall keep his statutes and his commandments, which I am giving you today, that it may go well with you and with your children after you, and that you may live long on the land which the Lord your God is giving you all for all time. Then Moses set apart 3 cities across the Jordan to the east, that the manslayer might flee there, who unintentionally slew his neighbor without having enmity toward him in the past, and by fleeing to one of these cities he might live. Bezer in the wilderness on the plateau for the Reubenites, and Ramoth in Gilead for the Gadites, and Golan in Bashan for the Manassites. Now this is the law which Moses set before the sons of Israel. These are the testimonies and the statutes and the ordinances which Moses spoke to the sons of Israel when they came out from Egypt, across the Jordan, in the valley opposite Beth Peor, in the land of Sihon, king of the Amorites, who lived at Heshbon, whom Moses and the sons of Israel defeated when they come out of Egypt. They took possession of his land and the land of Og, king of Bashan, the two kings of the Amorites, who were across the Jordan to the east, from Aor, which is on the edge of the valley of Arnon, even as far as Mount Sion, that is Hermon, with all the Arabah across the Jordan to the east, even as far as the sea of the Arabah at the foot of the slopes of Pisgah. That's it. Deuteronomy 5. The 10 Commandments repeated. Then Moses summoned all Israel and said to them, Hear, O Israel, the statutes and the ordinances which I am speaking today in your hearing, that you may learn them and observe them carefully. The Lord our God made a covenant with us at Horeb. The Lord did not make this covenant with our fathers, but with us, with all those of us alive here today. The Lord spoke to you face to face at the mountain from the midst of the fire, while I was standing between the Lord and you at the time, to declare to you the word of the Lord. For you were afraid because of the fire and did not go up to the mountain. He said, I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself an idol or any likeness of what is in heaven above, or on the earth beneath, or in the water under the earth. You shall not worship them or serve them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers on the children, and on the third and the fourth generation of those who hate me, but showing loving kindness to thousands, to those who love me and keep my commandments. You shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain, for the Lord will not leave him unpunished who takes his name in vain. Observe the Sabbath day to keep it holy, as the Lord your God commanded you. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of all of the Lord your God. In it you shall not do any work, you or your son or your daughter or your male servant or your female servant or your ox or your donkey or any of your cattle or your sojourner who stays with you, so that your male servant and your female servant may rest as well as you. You shall remember that you were a slave in the land of Egypt, and the Lord your God brought you out of there by a mighty hand and by an outstretched arm. Therefore the Lord your God commanded you to observe the Sabbath day. Honor your father and your mother, as the Lord your God has commanded you, that your days may be prolonged, and that it may go well with you on the land which the Lord your God gives you. You shall not murder, you shall not commit adultery, you shall not steal, you shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife, and you shall not desire your neighbor's house, his field, or his male servant, or his female servant, his ox or his donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor. Deuteronomy 5:22. Moses interceded. These words the Lord spoke to all your assembly at the mountain from the midst of the fire, of the cloud of the thick gloom, were a great voice, and he added no more. He wrote them on 2 tablets of stone and gave them to me. And when you heard the voice from the midst of the darkness, while the mountain was burning with fire, you came near to me, all the heads of your tribes and your elders. You said, Behold, the Lord our God has shown us his glory and his greatness, and we have heard his voice from the midst of the fire. We have seen today that God speaks with man, yet he lives. Now then, why should we die? For this great fire will consume us. If we hear the voice of the Lord our God any longer, then we will die. For who is there of all flesh who has heard the voice of the living God speaking from the midst of the fire, as we have, and lived? Go near and hear all that the Lord our God says, then speak to us all that the Lord our God speaks to you, and we will hear and do it. The Lord heard the voice of your words when you spoke to me, and the Lord said to me, I have heard the voice of the words of this people which they have spoken to you. They have done well in all that they have spoken. Oh, that they had such a heart in them that they would fear me and keep all my commandments always, that it may be well with them and with their sons forever. Go say to them, return to your tents. But as for you, stand here by me, that I may speak to you all the commandments and the statutes and the judgments which you shall teach them, that they may observe them in the land which I give them to possess. So you shall observe to do just as the Lord your God has commanded you. You shall not turn aside to the right or to the left. You shall walk in all the way which the Lord your God has commanded you, that you may live and that it may be well with you. Let me do that again. Sorry, my allergies are kicking my butt today. You shall walk in all the way which the Lord your God has commanded you, that you may live and that it may be well with you, and that you may prolong your days in the land which you will possess. That's it. Okay. Deuteronomy 6, starting early in the word. For centuries in America, the Bible was the primary textbook utilized by students who became America's greatest scientists, teachers, statesmen, ministers, businessmen, and military leaders. Occasionally, someone would suggest that something other than the Bible would be a more appropriate core textbook, but suggestions were routinely rejected by the Founding Fathers. Fisher Ames, who helped frame the Bill of Rights in the first federal Congress, addressed this issue in an article he published entitled School Books. He began by commenting on a recent trend he had observed in American education. It has been the custom of late years to put a number of little books into the hands of children containing fables and moral lessons. But Ames noted that each time a new school book was placed into the classroom, time was spent on it, thus reducing the time spent by students on the Bible. The overall effect was that the Bible was gradually drifting to the back of the classroom, and to this Ames strongly objected. Why then, if these books for children must be retained, as they will be, should not the Bible regain the place it once held as a school book? Its morals are pure, its examples captivating and noble. The reverence for the sacred book that is thus early impressed lasts long, and probably, if not impressed in infancy, never takes firm hold of the mind. Of course, Fisher Ames was living proof of the benefits of the Bible-based education. He learned to read the Bible early, and when he was only 6 years old, had already began to study of Latin. When 12, he passed the entrance exam to Harvard, graduating when he was 16 and then becoming a teacher. Ames, like so many others before and after him, had blossomed under the Bible-centered education. Interestingly, the pages of American history are filled with similar accounts of American heroes who got an early start in the Bible. For example, when signer of the Declaration, John Witherspoon, was 4 years old, he had already finished reading the Bible from cover to cover, and while still a child, he could recite nearly all the New Testament by memory. Founding Father John Trumbull, Justice of the Supreme Court of Connecticut, also had finished reading through the Bible by the time he was 4. When famous author Harriet Beecher Stowe, author of the abolitionist classic Uncle Tom's Cabin, was 7 years old, she had already memorized 27 hymns and several chapters of the Bible. And when the great Daniel Webster, the defender of the Constitution, was just a young lad, His school teacher, James Tappan, reported, I held up a handsome new jackknife to the scholars and said the boy who would commit to memory the greatest number of verses in the Bible by Monday morning should have it. Many of the boys did well, but when it came to Daniel's turn to recite, I found that he had committed so much to memory that after hearing him repeat some 60 or 70 verses, I was obliged to give up. He telling me that there were several chapters yet that he had learned, Daniel got that jackknife. The Bible was the primary text for all of these accomplished students. Signer of the Declaration, Benjamin Rush was another founder who strongly objected to not using the Bible as the principal textbook in schools. And in 1791, he published a work offering numerous reasons why it must remain America's premier school text, including, in the 6th chapter of Deuteronomy, we find the following words which are directly to my purpose. And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might. And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thine heart, and thou shalt teach them diligently until the children, and thou shalt talk and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. The learning of the Jews for many years consisted in nothing but a knowledge of the Scriptures, but the benefits of an early and general acquaintance with the Bible were not confined only to the Jewish nations. They have appeared in many countries in Europe since the Reformation. The industry and habits of order which distinguish many of the German nations are derived from their early instruction in the principles of Christianity by means of the Bible. The moral and enlightened character of inhabitants of Scotland and of the New England states appear to be derived from the same cause. The Bible should be read in schools in preference to all other books. History demonstrates that children are capable of learning much more and at a much earlier age than what we in this generation have been led to think. And if God told us in Deuteronomy 6 to educate our children in His Word at an early age, it is because He knew that they would flourish under this early intake of His Word. Let's obey the scriptural mandate and begin children and students very early in reading and learning His Word. All right. Deuteronomy 6. Obey God and prosper. Now this is the commandment, the statutes, and the judgments which the Lord your God has commanded me to teach you, that you might do them in the land where you are going over to possess it, so that you and your son and your grandson might fear the Lord your God, and to keep all His statutes and His commandments which I command you all the days of your life, and that your days may be prolonged. O Israel, you should listen and be careful to do it, that it may be well with you, and that you may multiply greatly, just as the Lord, the God of your fathers, has promised you, in a land flowing with milk and honey. Hear, O Israel, the Lord is your God, the Lord is one. You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, and with all your soul, and with all your might. These words which I am commanding you today shall be on your heart. You shall teach them diligently to your sons, and shall talk of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise up. You shall bind them as a sign of your hand, and they shall be as frontals on your forehead. You shall write them on the doorposts of your house and on your gates. Then it shall come about when the Lord your God brings you into the land which He swore to your fathers Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob to give you, great and splendid cities which you did not build, and houses full of all good things which you did not fill, and hewn cisterns which you did not dig, vineyards and olive trees which you did not plant, and you eat and are satisfied. Then watch yourself that you do not forget the Lord who brought you from the land of Egypt out of the house of slavery. You shall fear only the Lord your God, and you shall worship him and swear by his name. You shall not follow other gods, any of the gods of the peoples who surround you. For the Lord your God in the midst of you is a jealous God. Otherwise, the anger of the Lord your God will be kindled against you, and he will wipe you off the face of the earth. You shall not put the Lord your God to the test, as you tested him at Massah. You should diligently keep the commandments of the Lord your God and his testimonies and his statutes, which he has commanded you. You shall do what is right and good in the sight of the Lord, that it may be well with you, and that you may go in and possess the good land which the Lord swore to give your fathers, by driving out all of your enemies from before you, as the Lord has spoken. When your son asks you in time to come, saying, "What do the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments mean which the Lord our God commanded you?" Then you shall say to your son, "We were slaves to Pharaoh in Egypt, and the Lord brought us from Egypt with a mighty hand. Moreover, the Lord showed great and distressing signs and wonders before our eyes against Egypt, Pharaoh, and all his household. He brought us out from there in order to bring us in to give us the land which he had sworn to our fathers. So the Lord commanded us to observe all these statutes, to fear the Lord our God for our good always and for our survival, as it is today. It will be righteousness for us if we are careful to observe all this commandment before the Lord our God, just as he commanded us." That is that. All right, Deuteronomy 7. Warnings. When the Lord your God brings you into the land where you are entering to possess it, and clears away many nations before you, the Hittites and the Girgashites and the Amorites and the Canaanites and the Perizzites and the Hivites and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and stronger than you. And when the Lord your God delivers them before you and you defeat them, then you shall utterly destroy them. You shall make no covenant with them and show no favor to them. Furthermore, you shall not intermarry with them. You shall not give your daughters to their sons, nor shall you take their daughters for your sons. For they will turn your sons away from following me to serve other gods. Then anger of the Lord will be kindled against you, and he will quickly destroy you. But thus you shall do to them. You shall tear down their altars and smash their sacred pillars, and hew down their Asherim, and burn their graven images with fire. For you are a holy people to the Lord your God, and Lord your God has chosen you to be a people for his own possession out of the peoples who are on the face of the earth. The Lord did not set his love on you, nor choose you because you were more in number than any of the peoples, for you were the fewest of all peoples, but because the Lord loved you and kept the oath which he swore to your forefathers. The Lord brought you out by a mighty hand and redeemed you from the house of slavery, from the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Know therefore that the Lord your God, he is God, the faithful God, who keeps his covenant and his loving kindness to 1,000th generation with those who love him and keep his commandments, but repays those who hate him to their faces to destroy them. He will not delay with him who hates him. He will repay him to his face. Therefore you shall keep the commandment and the statutes and the judgments which I am commanding you today to do them. Deuteronomy 7:12, promises of God. Then it shall come about, because you listen to these judgments and keep and do them, that the Lord your God will keep with you his covenant and his loving kindness, which he swore to your forefathers. He will love you and bless you and multiply you. He will also bless the fruit of your womb and the fruit of your ground, your grain and your new wine and your oil, the increase of your herd and the young of your flock, in the land which he swore to your forefathers to give you. You shall be blessed above all peoples. There will be no male or female barren among you or among your cattle. The Lord will remove from you all sickness, and he will not put on you any of the harmful diseases of Egypt which you have known, but he will lay them on all who hate you. You shall consume all the peoples whom the Lord your God will deliver to you. Your eyes shall not pity them, nor shall you serve their gods, for that would be a snare to you. If you should say in your heart, these nations are greater than I, how can I dispossess them? You shall not be afraid of them. You shall well remember what the Lord your God did to Pharaoh and to all Egypt. The great trials which your eyes saw, and the signs and the wonders, and the mighty hand and the outstretched arm by which the Lord your God brought you out, so shall the Lord your God do to all the peoples of whom you are afraid. Moreover, the Lord your God will send the hornet against them, until those who are left and hide themselves from you perish. You shall not dread them, for the Lord your God is in your hands, a great and awesome God. The Lord your God will clear away these nations before you little by little. You will not be able to put an end to them quickly, for the wild beasts would grow too numerous for you. But the Lord your God will deliver them before you, and will throw them into great confusion until they are destroyed. He will deliver their kings into your hands, so that you will make their name perish from under heaven. No man will be able to stand before you until you have destroyed them. The graven images of their gods you are to burn with fire. You shall not covet the silver or the gold, that is on them, nor take it for yourselves, or you will be snared by it, for it is an abomination to the Lord your God. You shall not bring an abomination into your house, and like it come under the ban. You shall utterly, did I say barn? Let me reread that. Okay, let me reread that. You shall not bring an abomination into your house, and like it come under the ban. You shall utterly detest it, and you shall utterly abhor it, for it is something banned. All right. Deuteronomy 8. God's gracious dealings. All the commandments that I am commanding you today, you shall be careful to do, that you may live and multiply, and go in and possess the land which the Lord swore to give to your forefathers. You shall remember all the way which the Lord your God has led you in wilderness these 40 years, that he might humble you, testing you to know what was in your heart, whether you would keep his commandments or not. He humbled you and let you be hungry, and fed you with manna, which you did not know, nor did your fathers know, that he might make you understand that man does not live by bread alone, but man lives by everything that proceeds out of the mouth of the Lord. Your clothing did not wear out on you, nor did your foot swell these 40 years. Thus you are to know in your heart that the Lord your God was disciplining you just as a man disciplines his son. Therefore you shall keep the commandments of the Lord your God, to walk in his ways and to fear him. For the Lord your God is bringing you into a good land, and land of brooks of water, of fountains and springs, flowing forth in valley and hills, a land of wheat and barley, and of vines and fig trees and pomegranates, a land of olive oil and honey, a land where you will eat food without scarcity, in which you will not lack anything, a land whose stones are iron, and out of whose hills you can dig copper. When you have eaten and are satisfied, you shall bless the Lord your God for the good land which he has given you. Beware that you do not forget the Lord your God by keeping his commandments and his ordinances and his statutes, which I am commanding you today. Otherwise, when you have eaten and are satisfied, and have built good houses and lived in them, and when your herds and your flocks multiply, and your silver and gold multiply, and all that you have multiplies, then your heart will become proud, and you will forget the Lord your God, who brought you out from the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. He led you through the great and terrible wilderness, with its fiery serpents and scorpions and thirsty ground, where there was no water. He brought water for you out of the rock of flint. In the wilderness he fed you manna, which your fathers did not know, that he might humble you, and that he might test you, to do good for you in the end. Otherwise you may say in your heart, my power and the strength of my hand made me this wealth. But you shall remember the Lord your God, for it is he who is giving you power to make wealth, that he may confirm his covenant which he swore to your fathers, as it is this day. It shall come about, if you ever forget the Lord your God, and go after other gods and serve them and worship them, I testify against you today that you will surely perish. Like the nations that the Lord makes to perish before you, so you shall perish, because you would not listen to the voice of the Lord your God. That's it. All right. Deuteronomy 9. Israel provoked God. Hear, O Israel, you are crossing over the Jordan today to go into the dispossessed nations greater and mightier than you, great cities fortified to heaven, and people great and tall, the sons of the Anakim, whom you know and whom you have heard it said, who can stand before the sons of Anak? Know therefore today that it is the Lord your God who is crossing over before you as a consuming fire. He will destroy them, and he will subdue them before you, so that you may drive them out and destroy them quickly, just as the Lord has spoken to you. Do not say in your heart, when the Lord your God has driven them out before you, because of my righteousness, the Lord has brought me in to possess this land. But it is because of the wickedness of these nations that the Lord is dispossessing them before you. It is not for your righteousness or for your uprightness of your heart that you are going to possess their land, but it is because of the wickedness of these nations that the Lord your God is driving them out before you, in order to confirm the oath which the Lord swore to your fathers, to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Know then, it is not because of your righteousness that the Lord your God is giving you this good land to possess. For you are a stubborn people. Remember, do not forget how you provoked the Lord your God to wrath in the wilderness. From the day that you left the land of Egypt until you arrived at this place, you have been rebellious against the Lord. Even at Horeb, you provoked the Lord to wrath, and the Lord was so angry with you, that he would have destroyed you. When I went up to the mountain to receive the tablets of stone, the tablets of the covenant which the Lord had made with you, that I remained on the mountain 40 days and nights, I neither ate bread nor drank water. The Lord gave me the 2 tablets of stone written by the finger of God, and on them were all the words which the Lord had spoken with you at the mountain from the midst of the fire on the day of the assembly. It came about at the end of 40 days and nights that the Lord gave me the 2 tablets of stone, the tablets of the covenant. Then the Lord said to me, Arise, go down from here quickly, for your people, whom you brought out of Egypt, have acted corruptly. They have quickly turned aside from the way which I commanded them. They have made a molten image for themselves. The Lord spoke further to me, saying, I have seen this people, and indeed it is the stubborn people. Let me alone, that I may destroy them and blot out their name from under heaven, and I will make of you a nation mightier and greater than they. So I turned and came down from the mountain while the mountain was burning with fire, and the 2 tablets of the covenant were in my 2 hands. And I saw that you had indeed sinned against the Lord your God. You had made for yourselves a molten calf. You had turned aside quickly from the way which the Lord had commanded you. I took hold of the 2 tablets and threw them from my hands and smashed them before your eyes. I fell down before the Lord As at the first 40 days and nights I neither ate bread nor drank water because of all your sin which you had committed in doing what was evil in the sight of the Lord to provoke him to anger. For I was afraid of the anger and hot displeasure with which the Lord was wrathful against you in order to destroy you. But the Lord listened to me that time also. The Lord was angry enough with Aaron to destroy him, so I also prayed for Aaron at the same time. I took your sinful thing, the calf which you had made, and burned it with fire, and crushed it, grinding it very small until it was as fine as dust. And I threw its dust into the brook, and came down from the mountain. Again, at Taberah, and at Massa, and at Kibroth Hattaavah, you provoked the Lord to wrath. Then the Lord sent you from Kadesh Barnea, saying, Go up and possess the land which I have given you. Then you rebelled against the command of the Lord your God. You neither believed him nor listened to his voice. You have been rebellious against the Lord from the day I knew you. So I fell down before the Lord for 40 days and nights, which I did because the Lord had said he would destroy you. I prayed to the Lord and said, O Lord God, do not destroy your people, even your inheritance, whom you have redeemed through your greatness, whom you have brought out of Egypt with a mighty hand. Remember your servants Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Do not look at the stubbornness of this people or at the wickedness of their sin. Otherwise, the land from which you brought us may say, because the Lord was not able to bring them into the land which he had promised them, and because he hated them, he has brought them out to slay them in the wilderness. Yet they are your people, even your inheritance, whom you have brought out by your great power and your outstretched arm. That's it. You know, these people are going to screw it up. That's all I got. Okay. Deuteronomy 10:20. So help me God. The traditional legal oath-taking process in America has followed the same general format for 4 centuries. 1. Raising the hand, the right hand. 2. Saying, so help me God. 3. Placing a hand on the Bible. 4. Kissing the Bible after the oath. Much of this American oath-taking process has its origin in the Bible. For example, in Genesis 26:3, God told Isaac, I will establish the oath which I swore to your father Abraham. God used an oath. Concerning an oath, God declared, I also raised my hand in an oath. Ezekiel 20:15, 23, 36:7, Psalm 106:26. Scripture further tells us that the Lord has sworn by his right hand, Isaiah 62:8. And when God's people were instructed about how to take an oath, they were told, you shall swear by his name, Deuteronomy 10:20, which is what we do today when we use the phrase, so help me God. Despite this 4th century practice of American oath-taking, in recent years lawsuits have been filed demanding that the process become secular, that the use of so help me God be omitted from oath-taking, especially in presidential inaugurations. The atheist who brought those suits argued that invoking God in oaths is of relatively recent origin, that George Washington did not do so at his inauguration in 1789, and that it was not part of inaugurations until President Chester A. Arthur in 1881. He argued that since no records of the day specifically show Washington reciting the phrase, so help me God, he did not say it. First, consider the historical unreasonableness of claiming that someone did not do something unless it was specifically written that he did so. For instance, since there is no detailed record that Washington did not launch into a string of profanities at his inauguration, he must have done so. And since no one wrote on Inauguration Day 1789 that the sun rose in the east and set in the west, it must have been otherwise. But when something is customary, it is rare that it is commented upon, for it is so much a part of regular landscape that no one notices it. Second, the entirety of the American legal practice of laws from America's earliest days required that the phrase, "So help me God," be part of any legal oath, whether taken by elected officials, appointed judges, jurors, or witnesses in a court of law. For example, Connecticut's original 1639 legal code required that oaths swear by the great and dreadful name of the ever-living God, so help me God, in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. When Connecticut thereafter periodically revised their oath laws, they retained that some general form, including the required use of "so help me God," and these provisions were in effect both before and after the federal Constitution was adopted. Georgia required that elected officials, judges, jurors, and witnesses take their oath in the presence of Almighty God. So help me God, and not only that they take their oath on the Bible, but specifically that they take it on the holy evangelists of Almighty God, meaning on the whole Bible, including the 4 Gospels of Jesus Christ in the New Testament. North Carolina required the party to be sworn to lay his hand upon the holy evangelists of Almighty God, and after repeating the words, "So help me God," shall kiss the holy Gospels. Virginia's law was written by Thomas Jefferson and required that every person shall take the following oath of office, to wit, "You shall swear, so help you God." Other states had similar requirements. In fact, George Washington was sworn in as president. When George Washington was sworn in as president, it was in the nation's first federal capital, New York City. New York law required that the usual mode of administrating oaths be followed, i.e., "So help me God," and that the person taking the oath place his hand upon the Bible and then kiss the Gospels at the conclusion of the oath, which Washington did. 5 locations in the U.S. Constitution address oaths to be taken by public officials, and the Founding Fathers and those who framed the Constitution unanimously affirmed that the taking of any oath by any public official was always an inherently religious activity. An oath, the strongest of religious ties. James Madison. In our laws, by the oath which they prescribe, we appeal to the Supreme Being so to deal with us hereafter as we observe the obligation of our oaths. The pagan world were and are without the mighty influence of this principle which is proclaimed in the Christian system. Rufus King, signer of the Constitution. Oaths in this country are as yet universally considered as sacred obligations. John Adams, signer of the Declaration. An oath is an appeal to God, the searcher of hearts, for the truth of what we say, and always expresses or supposes an imprecation, calling down of his judgment upon us if we prevaricate, lie. An oath, therefore, implies a belief in God and his providence, and indeed is an act of worship. In vows, there is no party but God and the person himself who makes the vow. John Witherspoon, signer of the Declaration. The Constitution enjoins an oath upon all the officers of the United States. This is a direct appeal to that God who is the avenger of perjury. Such an appeal to him is a full acknowledgement of his being and providence. Oliver Wolcott, signer of the Declaration. The Constitution had provided that all the public functionaries of the Union, not only the general, federal, but of all the state governments, should be under oath or affirmation for its support. The homage of religious faith was thus superadded to all the obligations of temporal law to give it strength. John Quincy Adams, President. George Washington, in his famous farewell address at the end of his presidency, pointedly warned Americans to never let the oath-taking process become secular. Where is the security for property, for reputation for life, if the sense of religious obligation deserts the oaths? However, there were some in America, especially Quakers, who, on the basis of Matthew 5:33 through 37 and James 5:12, swear not at all, objected to taking oaths of any type, legal or otherwise. Most of that time, and still today, believe that those Bible passages were not forbidding the taking of an official legal oath, but only oaths made in common speech. Let your statement be yes, yes, or no, no. Matthew 5:37. It had become a social trend in Jesus' day for people to assume that the bigger the oath they swore, the more likely they were telling the truth. Such oath-taking suggests that the person's word cannot be trusted. Jesus reduced it to simply keeping one's word, always telling the truth under any circumstance, period. Matthew 12:36. In a legal setting, however, an oath not only reminded individuals that they would answer directly to God, but also provided a legal course of action if perjury was committed. That is, if someone did lie under oath, they were subject to specific criminal laws. Nevertheless, because the Quakers and others had Bible-based scruples against taking an oath, the founders made deliberate accommodations to protect their rights of religious conscience. For example, a 1777 Connecticut law required that you do swear by the name of the ever-living God, so help you God, but also provided that when said oath shall be administered to any of the people called Quakers, it shall be by way of affirmation. Thus, the Quakers did not have to swear an oath, but only to affirm the same. Other states made similar accommodation by allowing either an oath or affirmation, and the U.S. Constitution explicitly allows for an oath or affirmation in 4 separate locations. Article 1, Section 3, Article 2, Section 1, Article 6, Amendment 4. But regardless of which was used, it always included an awareness and acknowledgement of God. As believers, in everyday speech, we are discouraged from taking oaths as a means of bolstering the notion that we are telling the truth. Jesus commanded us to be simple truth speakers and let our yes be yes and our no be no. Nevertheless, if you are ever called upon to take a legit, legally binding oath, recognize it is not just some secular ceremonial formality, but a solemn practice that is its origin in the scriptures, whereby we are charged to speak the truth and swear by his name. So help me God. And that's it. Okay. Deuteronomy 10. Tablets rewritten. At that time the Lord said to me, cut out for yourself 2 tablets of stone like the former ones, and come up to me on the mountain and make an ark of wood for yourself. I will write on the tablets the words that were on the former tablets, which you shattered, and you shall put them in the ark. So I made an ark of acacia wood and cut out 2 tablets of stone like the former ones, and went up on the mountain with the 2 tablets in my hand. He wrote on the tablets like the former writing the 10 commandments which the Lord had spoken to you on the mountain from the midst of the fire on the day of the assembly, and the Lord gave them to me. Then I turned and came down from the mountain and put the tablets in the ark which I had made, and there they are as the Lord commanded me. Now the sons of Israel set out from Beroth, Bene Jakin, to Moserah. There Aaron died, and there he was buried, and Eleazar his son ministered as priest in his place. From there they set out to Gudgoda, and from Gudgoda to Jotbatha, a land of brooks of water. At that time the Lord set apart the tribe of Levi to carry the ark of the covenant of the Lord and stand before the Lord to serve him and bless him in his name until this day. Therefore, Levi does not have a portion of inheritance with his brothers. The Lord is his inheritance, just as the Lord your God spoke to him. I, moreover, stayed on the mountain 40 days and 40 nights like the first time, and the Lord listened to me that time also. The Lord was not willing to destroy you. Then the Lord said to me, Arise, proceed on your journey ahead of the people, that they may go in and possess the land which I swore to their fathers to give them. Now, Israel, what does the Lord your God require from you but to fear the Lord your God, to walk in all his ways and love him, and to serve the Lord your God with your heart and with all your soul, and to keep the Lord's commandments and his statutes, which I am commanding you today for your good. Behold, to the Lord your God belong heaven and the highest heavens, the earth and all that is in it. Yet on your fathers did the Lord set his affection to love them, and he chose their descendants after them, even you above all peoples, as it is this day. So circumcise your heart and stiffen your neck no longer. For the Lord your God is the God of gods and the Lord of gods, the great, the mighty, and the awesome God, who does not show gods and the Lord of lords, the great, the mighty, and the awesome God, who does not show partiality nor take a bribe. He executes justice for the orphan and the widow and shows his love for the alien by giving him food and clothing. You show your love for the alien, for you were aliens in the land of Egypt. You shall fear the Lord your God, you shall serve him and cling to him, and you shall swear by his name. He is your praise, and he is your God, who has done these great and awesome things for you, which your eyes have seen. Your fathers went down to Egypt, 70 persons in all, and now the Lord your God has made you as numerous as the stars of heaven. Deuteronomy 11, Rewards of Obedience. You shall therefore love the Lord your God and always keep his charge, his statutes, his ordinances, and his commandments. Know this day that I am not speaking with your sons who have not known and who have not seen the discipline of the Lord your God, his greatness, his mighty hand, and his outstretched arm, and his signs and his works which he did in the midst of Egypt to Pharaoh the king of Egypt and to all his land, and what he did to Egypt's army, to its horses and its chariots, when he made the water of the Red Sea engulf them while they were pursuing you, and the Lord completely destroyed them, and what he did to you in the wilderness until you came to this place, and what he did to Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, the son of Reuben, when the earth opened its mouth and swallowed them, their households, their tents, and every living thing that followed them among all Israel. But your eyes have seen all the great work of the Lord which he did. You shall therefore keep every commandment which I am commanding you today, so that you may be strong and go in and possess the land into which you are about to cross to possess it, so that you may prolong your days on the land which the Lord swore to your fathers to give to them and to their descendants, a land flowing with milk and honey. For the land into which you are entering to possess it is not like the land of Egypt from which you came, where you used to sow your seed and water it with your foot like a vegetable garden. But the land into which you are about to cross to possess it, a land of hills and valleys, drinks water from the rain of heaven, a land for which the Lord your God cares. The eyes of the Lord your God are always on it, from the beginning even to the end of the year. It shall come about, if you listen obediently to my commandments, which I am commanding you today, to love the Lord your God and to serve him with all your heart and all your soul, that he will give the rain for your land in its season, the early and late rain, that you may gather in your grain and your new wine and your oil. He will give grass in your fields for your cattle, and you will eat and be satisfied. Beware that your hearts are not deceived, and that you do not turn away and serve other gods and worship them. or the anger of the Lord will be kindled against you, and he will shut up the heavens so that there will be no rain, and the ground will not yield its fruit, and you will perish quickly from the good land which the Lord is giving you. You shall therefore impress these words of mine on your heart and on your soul, and you shall bind them as a sign on your hand, and they shall be as frontals on your forehead. You shall teach them to your sons, talking of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk along the road, and when you lie down, and when you rise up. You shall write them on the doorposts of your house and on your gates, so that your days and the days of your sons may be multiplied on the land which the Lord swore to your fathers to give them, as long as the heavens remain above the earth. For if you are careful to keep all this commandment which I am commanding you to do, to love the Lord your God, to walk in all his ways and hold fast to him, then the Lord will drive out all these nations from before you, and you will dispossess nations greater and mightier than you. Every place on which the sole of your foot treads shall be yours. Your border will be from the wilderness to Lebanon, and from the river Euphrates, as far as the western sea. No man will be able to stand before you. The Lord your God will lay the dread of you and the fear of you on all the land on which you set foot, as he has spoken to you. See, I am setting before you today a blessing and a curse. The blessing, if you listen to the commandments of the Lord your God, which I am commanding you today, and the curse, if you do not listen to the commandments of the Lord your God, but turn aside from the way which I am commanding you today, by following other gods which you have not known. It shall come about when the Lord your God brings you into the land where you are entering to possess it, that you shall place the blessing on Mount Gerizim and the curse on Mount Ebal. Are they not across the Jordan, west of the way toward the sunset, in the land of the Canaanites who live in the Arabah, opposite Gilgal, beside the oaks of Morah? For you are about to cross the Jordan to go in to possess the land which the Lord your God is giving you, and you shall possess it and live in it. And you shall be careful to do all the statutes and the judgments which I am setting before you today. Okay. Saturate yourself in God's word. Deuteronomy 11. As God's people were preparing to enter the promised land, he told them what they would need to do in the future if they were to hold the land that he had prepared for them. You shall therefore impress these words of mine on your heart and on your soul, and you shall bind them as a sign on your hand, and they shall be as frontals on your forehead. You shall teach them to your sons, talking of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk along the road, and when you lie down, and when you rise up. You shall write them on the doorposts of your house and on your gates, so that your days and the days of your sons may be multiplied on the land. Deuteronomy 11:18-21. The recipe for Israel's success, prosperity, and permanence was one for adults to fix God's word firmly in their own hearts, and then two, for them to thoroughly inculcate the word in children, reinforcing it over and over through a variety of manners. The Bible's directive for longevity in the land was not lost on America's leaders, and from the first there was strong emphasis on ensuring that America's youth had an intimate familiarity with God's word. This was evident in America's educational laws, institutions, and textbooks. For more on this, see the commentary accompanying Psalm 119:11, Proverbs 1:7, Ecclesiastes 12, and John 17. Reflective of this conviction, founding father Benjamin Rush wrote an extensive policy paper on why the Bible should always remain the textbook of American schools. Dr. Rush, known as the father of public schools under the Constitution, is responsible for starting 5 universities and penning several textbooks. Notice some of the excerpts from his 1791 A Defense of the Use of the Bible as a School Book. I promise to give you my reasons for preferring the Bible as a school book to all other compositions. I shall assume the 5 following propositions. 1. That Christianity is the only true and perfect religion, and that in proportion as mankind adopt its principles and obey its precepts, they will be wise and happy. That a better knowledge of this religion is to be acquired by reading the Bible than in any other way. 3. That the Bible contains more knowledge necessary to man in his present state than any other book in the world. 4. That knowledge is the most durable and religious instruction, most useful when impaired in early life. 5. That the Bible, when not read in schools, is seldom read in any subsequent period of life. My arguments in favor of the use of the Bible as a school book are founded in the constitution of the human mind. The memory is the first faculty which opens in the minds of children. Of how much consequence, then, must it be to impress it with the great truths of Christianity before it is preoccupied with less interesting subjects? There is peculiar aptitude in the minds of children for religious knowledge. I have constantly found them, in the first 6 or 7 years of their lives, more inquisitive upon religious subjects than upon any others. And an ingenious instructor of youth has informed me that he has found young children more capable of receiving just ideas upon the most difficult tenets of religion than upon the most simple branches of human knowledge. It would be strange if it were otherwise, for God creates all his means to suit all his ends. We are subject by a general law in our natures to what is called habit. Now, if the study of the Scriptures be necessary to our happiness at any time of our life, the sooner we begin to read them, the more we shall be attached to them. There is a wonderful property in the memory which enables it in old age to recover the knowledge it had acquired in early life after it had been apparently forgotten for 40 or 50 years. Of how much consequence, then, must it be to fill the mind with that species of knowledge in childhood and youth which, when recalled in the decline of life, will support the soul under the infirmities of age and soothe and smooth the avenues of approaching death? The Bible is the only book which is capable of affording this support to old age, and it is for this reason that we find it resorted to with so much diligence and pleasure by such old people as have read it in early life. In contemplating the political institutions of the United States, I lament that we waste so much time and money in punishing crimes and take so little pains to prevent them. We profess to the Republicans, and yet we neglect the only means of establishing and perpetuating our Republican forms of government, that is, the universal education of our youth in the principles of Christianity by means of the Bible. For this divine book, above all others, favors equality among mankind, that respect for the laws, and all those sober and frugal virtues which constitute the soul of republicanism. For more information on the Bible and republicanism, see the commentary accompanying Exodus 18:21, and Dr. Rush's full piece on the Bible in schools is available at wallbuilders.com. That's it. Okay. Deuteronomy 12, Laws of the Sanctuary. These are the statutes and the judgments which you shall carefully observe in the land which the Lord, the God of your fathers, has given you to possess, as long as you live on the earth. You shall utterly destroy all the places where the nations whom you shall dispossess serve their gods, on the high mountains and on the hills under every green tree. You shall tear down their altars and smash their sacred pillars and burn their Asherim with fire, and you shall cut down the engraved images of their gods and obliterate their names from that place. You shall not act like this towards the Lord your God, but you shall seek the Lord at the place which the Lord your God will choose from all your tribes to establish his name there for his dwelling, and there you shall come. There you shall bring your burnt offerings, your sacrifices, your tithes, the contribution of your hand, your votive offerings, your freewill offerings, and the firstborn of your herd and of your flock. There also you and your households shall eat before the Lord your God and rejoice in all your undertakings in which the Lord your God has blessed you. You shall not do at all what we are doing here today, every man doing whatever is right in his own eyes. For you have not as yet come to the resting place and the inheritance which the Lord your God is giving you. When you cross the Jordan and live in the land which the Lord your God is giving you to inherit, it gives you rest from all your enemies around you, so that you live in security. Then it shall come about that the place in which the Lord your God will choose for his name to dwell, there you shall bring all that I command you, your burnt offerings and your sacrifices, your tithes, and the contribution of your hand, and all your choice votive offerings which you will vow to the Lord. And you shall rejoice before the Lord your God, and your sons and daughters, your male and female servants, and the Levite who is within your gates, since he has no portion or inheritance with you. Be careful that you do not offer your burnt offerings in every cultic place you see, but in the place which the Lord chooses in one of your tribes. There you shall offer your burnt offerings, and there you shall do all that I command you. However, you may slaughter and eat meat within any of your gates, whatever you desire, according to the blessing of the Lord your God, which he has given you. The unclean and the clean may eat of it, as of the gazelle and the deer. Only you shall not eat the blood. You are to pour it out on the ground like water. You are not allowed to eat within your gates the tithe of your grain or new wine or oil, or the firstborn of your herd or flock, or any of your votive offerings which you vow, or your freewill offerings, or the contribution of your hand. But you shall eat them before the Lord your God in the place which the Lord your God will choose. You and your son and daughter, and your male and female servants, and the Levite who is within your gates, and you shall rejoice before the Lord your God in all your undertakings. Be careful that you do not forsake the Levite as long as you live in your land. When the Lord your God extends your border as he promised you, and you say, I will eat meat, because you desire to eat meat, then you may eat meat, whatever you desire. If the place which the Lord your God chooses to put his name is too far from you, then you may slaughter of your herd and flock which the Lord has given you, as I have commanded you, and you may eat within your gates whatever you desire. Just as a gazelle or a deer is eaten, so you will eat it. The unclean and the clean alike may eat of it. Only be sure not to eat the blood, for the blood is the life, and you shall not eat the life with the flesh. You shall not eat it. You shall pour it out on the ground like water. You shall not eat it, so that it may be well with you and your sons after you, for you will be doing what is right in the sight of the Lord. Only your holy things which you may have, and your votive offerings you shall take and go to the place which the Lord chooses. And you shall offer your burnt offerings, the flesh of the blood, on the altar of the Lord your God, and the blood of your sacrifices shall be poured out on the altar of the Lord your God, and you shall eat the flesh. Be careful to listen to all these words which I command you, so that it may be well with you and your sons after you forever. For you will be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. When the Lord your God cuts off before you the nations which you are going in to dispossess, and you dispossess them and dwell in their land, beware that you are not ensnared to follow them after they are destroyed before you, and that you do not inquire after their gods, saying, how do these nations serve their gods, that I also may do likewise? You shall not behave thus towards the Lord your God, for every abominable act which the Lord hates they have done for their gods, for they even burned their sons and daughters in the fire to their gods. Whatever I command you, you shall be careful to do. You shall not add nor take away from it. Deuteronomy 13. Shun idolatry. If a prophet or a dreamer of dreams arises among you and gives you a sign or a wonder, and the sign or the wonder comes true concerning which he spoke to you, saying, let us go after other gods, whom you have not known, and let us serve them. You shall not listen to the words of that prophet or that dreamer of dreams, for the Lord your God is testing you to find out if you love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul. You shall follow the Lord your God and fear him, and you shall keep his commandments, listen to his voice, serve him, and cling to him. But that prophet or that dreamer of the dreams shall be put to death, because he has counseled rebellion against the Lord your God, who brought you from the land of Egypt and redeemed you from the house of slavery, to seduce you from the way in which the Lord your God commanded you to walk. So you shall purge the evil from among you. If your brother, your mother's son, or your son or daughter, or the wife you cherish, or your friend who is at your own soul entice you secretly, saying, let us go and serve other gods, whom neither you nor your fathers have known, of the gods of the peoples who are around you, near you or far from you, from one end of the earth to the other end. You shall not yield to him or listen to him, and your eye shall not pity him, nor shall you spare or conceal him, but you shall surely kill him. Your hand shall be first against him to put him to death, and afterwards the hand of all the people. So you shall stone him to death, because he sought to seduce you from the Lord your God, who brought you out from the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. Then all of Israel will hear and be afraid, and will never again do such a wicked thing among you. If you hear in one of your cities, which the Lord your God is giving you to live in, anyone saying that some worthless men have gone out from among you and have seduced the inhabitants of their city, saying, let us go and serve other gods, whom you have not known, then you shall investigate, search out, and inquire thoroughly. If it is true, and the matter established that the abomination has been done among you, you shall surely strike the inhabitants of that city with the edge of the sword, utterly destroying it, and all that is in it, and its cattle with the edge of the sword. And you shall gather all its booty into the middle of its open square, and burn the city and all its booty with the fire as a whole burnt offering to the Lord your God. And it shall be a ruin forever. It shall never be rebuilt. Nothing from that which is put under the ban shall cling to your hand, in order that the Lord may turn from his burning anger and show mercy to you, and have compassion on you, and make you increase, just as he has sworn to your fathers. If you will listen to the voice of the Lord your God, keeping all his commandments which I am commanding you today, and doing what is right in the sight of the Lord your God. That's it. Okay, tax wars, Deuteronomy 14. When God was establishing civil laws for his people, he required of them, you shall surely tithe all the produce from what you sow, which comes out of the field every year. Deuteronomy 14:22. The tithe was 1/10, 10% of the annual income of every citizen, and it functioned as a tax or a levy on the people. From the proceeds of that tax, officials were paid and social programs operated. See Deuteronomy 26:12. Frequently across the Bible, the requirement to pay a tithe is repeated. Leviticus 27:30, 32, and 2 Chronicles 31, 5-12. Significantly, under this Bible plan, everyone paid the tax at the same rate, whether someone was rich or poor. The percentage was the same. If a man made $1 million, his tithe or tax was $100,000. And if a man made $100, his tithe or tax was $10. Under this uniform tax, the rich paid more than the poor in actual amount, but each was treated exactly the same under the law, which is the definition of justice. As Jesus affirmed, this impartially is a reflection of the character and nature of God. He causes his sun to rise on the evil and the good, and sends rain on the righteous and the unrighteous. Matthew 5:45. Evil or good, just or unjust, rich or poor, God was impartial. This Bible system of taxation is known as capitation taxation. Capitation taxation, which is an assessment levied by the government upon a person at a fixed rate, regardless of income or worth. This system was placed into the U.S. Constitution. No capitation or other direct tax shall be laid unless in proportion to the census or enumeration herein before directed to be taken. Article 1, Section 9. The founders required the federal taxes be applied evenly to every person, divided equally based on the census population numbers. The Constitution likewise required the Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises, but all duties, imposts, and excises shall be uniform throughout the United States. Article 1, Section 8. But in the late 1800s, a dramatically different system of taxation was advocated under the rise of progressivism and post-structuralism, two parallel anti-biblical paradigms that teach citizens to view themselves not as a part of the country as a whole, but rather as a part of some group, whether black or white or brown, gray or straight, rich or poor, young or old, union or non-union, etc. This worldview regularly pits one group against another, as when Congress passed hate crime laws protecting some groups, gays and lesbians, or minority races such as Jews or African Americans, but not others, veterans and seniors. Rather than having all laws applied equally to everyone. In the past, America was summarized by the Latin phrase on the Great Seal of the United States, e pluribus unum, meaning out of many, one, an expression acknowledging that although there was much diversity in America, there was a common unity that overcame all differences. But progressivism and post-structuralism reverse that emphasis to become e unum pluribus, that is, out of one, many, thus dividing the nation into separate groups with no unifying commonality. Under this approach, in 1894, Congress passed a tax that singled out the wealthy and treated them differently from others, but some citizens, still retaining a biblical view, objected. As U.S. Congressman Justin Morrill, 1810 to 1898, had earlier explained, in this country, we neither create nor tolerate any distinction of rank, race, or color, and should not tolerate anything else than entire equality in our taxation. And that understanding was widespread. In 1895, the Supreme Court properly struck down that in 1894, a law was being in direct violation of the clear wording of the Constitution. At that time, Supreme Court Justice Stephen Field warned that such a tax would literally change the face of America, accurately predicting it. This tax will be but the stepping stone to others, larger and more sweeping, till our political contests will become a war of the poor against the rich, a war constantly growing in intensity and bitterness. Progressives and post-structuralists, following their defeat at the hands of the Constitution, began advocating a constitutional amendment to change the biblical approach to a non-biblical one. Under their proposal, the rich would be treated differently from the poor through the system of progressive taxation, which takes a higher proportion of large incomes than of small ones. In 1913, that proposal was ratified as the 16th Amendment to the Constitution, thus permitting the practice of uniform and capitation taxation to be replaced with the progressive approach, which is what Congress now regularly and even aggressively pursues, pitting one group against the other and inciting class warfare that further divides the country. Nevertheless, America's original system of taxation treated Americans as individuals rather than a part of a group, and it allowed, figuratively speaking, for the sun to rise alike on the good and the evil, and the rain to fall equally on the just and the unjust. This is just one of the many areas in which the Constitution specifically incorporated biblical principles. We would do well to return to the wisdom that God established for how to order our society. Forsaking it only invites destruction. Okay. Deuteronomy 14, clean and unclean animals. You are the sons of the Lord of your God. You shall not cut yourselves nor shave your forehead for the sake of the dead. For you are a holy people to the Lord your God, and the Lord has chosen you to be a people for his own possession out of all the peoples who are on the face of the earth. You shall not eat any detestable thing. These are the animals which you may eat: the ox, the sheep, the goat, the deer, the gazelle, the roebuck, the wild goat, the ibex, the antelope, and the mountain sheep. Any animal that divides the hoof and has the hoof split in two and chews the cud among the animals you may eat. Nevertheless, you are not to eat of these among those which chew the cud, or among those that divide the hoof in two: the camel and the rabbit and the shaphan. For though they chew the cud, they do not divide the hoof. They are unclean for you. The pig, because it divides the hoof but does not chew the cud, it is unclean for you. You shall not eat any of their flesh, nor touch their carcasses. These you may eat all that are in the water. Anything that has fins and scales you may eat. Anything that does not have fins and scales you shall not eat. It is unclean for you. You may eat any clean bird, but these are the ones which you shall not eat: the eagle and the vulture and the buzzard, and the red kite, the falcon and the kite in their kinds, and every raven in its kind, and the ostrich, the owl, the seagull, and the hawk in their kinds: the little owl, the great owl, the white owl, the pelican, the carrion vulture, the cormorant, the stork, the heron in their kinds, and the hoopoe and the bat. And all the teeming life with the wings are unclean to you. They shall not be eaten. You may eat any clean bird. You shall not eat anything which dies of itself. You may give it to the alien who is in your town, so that he may eat it, or you may sell it to a foreigner, for you are a holy people to the Lord your God. You shall not boil a young goat in its mother's milk. You shall surely tithe all the produce from what you sow, which comes out of the field every year. You shall eat in the presence of the Lord your God at the place where he chooses to establish his name, the tithe of your grain, your new wine, your oil, and the firstborn of your herd and your flock, so that you may learn to fear the Lord your God always. If the distance is so great that you are not able to bring the tithe, since the place where your Lord your God chooses to set his name is too far away from you when the Lord your God blesses you, then you shall exchange it for money, and bind the money in your hand, and go to the place which the Lord your God chooses. You may spend the money for whatever your heart desires, for oxen or sheep or wine or strong drink or whatever your heart desires. And there you shall eat in the presence of the Lord your God and rejoice, and you and your household. Also you shall not neglect the Levite who is in your town, for he has no portion or inheritance among you. At the end of every 3rd year you shall bring out all the tithe of your produce in that year, and shall deposit it in your town. The Levite, because he has no portion or inheritance among you, and the alien, the orphan, and the widow who are in your town shall come and eat and be satisfied, in order that the Lord your God may bless you in all your work and all your hand which you do. The Sabbatic year. Deuteronomy 15. At the end of every 7 years you shall grant a remission of debts. This is the manner of remission. Every creditor shall release what he has loaned to his neighbor. He shall not exact it of his neighbor and his brother, because the Lord's remission has been proclaimed. From a foreigner you may exact it, but your hand shall release whatever of yours is with your brother. However, there will be no poor among you, since the Lord will surely bless you in the land which the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance to possess. If only you listen obediently to the voice of the Lord your God, to observe carefully all this commandment which I'm commanding you today. For the Lord your God will bless you as he has promised you, and you will lend to many nations, but you will not borrow, and you will rule over many nations, but they will not rule over you. If there is a poor man with you, one of your brothers, in any of your towns in your land which the Lord your God is giving you, you shall not harden your heart, nor close your hand from your poor brother, but you shall freely open your hand to him, and shall generously lend him sufficient for his need in whatever he lacks. Beware that there is no base thought in your heart, saying, the 7th year, the year of remission, is near, and your eye is hostile towards your poor brother, and you give him nothing. Then he may cry to your Lord against you, and it will be a sin in you. You shall generously give to him, and your heart shall not be grieved when you give to him, because for this thing the Lord your God will bless you in all your work and all your undertakings. For the poor will never cease to be in the land. Therefore I command you, saying, you shall freely open your hand to your brother, to your needy and poor in your land. If your kinsman, a Hebrew man or woman, is sold to you, then he shall serve you 6 years, but in the 7th year you shall set him free. When you set him free, you shall not send him away empty-handed. You shall furnish him liberally from your flock and from your threshing floor and from your wine vat. You shall give to him as the Lord your God has blessed you. You shall remember that you were a slave in the land of Egypt, and the Lord your God redeemed you. Therefore I command you this today. It shall come about, if he says to you, I will not go out from you, because he loves you and your household, since he fares well with you. Then you shall take an awl and pierce it through his ear into the door, and he shall be a servant forever. Also you shall do likewise to your maidservant. It shall not seem hard to you when you set him free, for he has given you 6 years with double the service of a hired man. So the Lord your God will bless you in whatever you do. You shall consecrate to the Lord your God all the firstborn males that are born of your herd and of your flock. You shall not work with the firstborn of your herd, nor shear the firstborn of your flock. You and your household shall eat it every year before the Lord your God in the place which the Lord chooses. But if it has any defect, such as lameness or blindness or any serious defect, you shall not sacrifice it to the Lord your God. You shall eat it within your gates. The unclean and the clean alike may eat it, as a gazelle or a deer. Only you shall not eat its blood. You are to pour it out on the ground like water. That's it. Okay. Caring for the poor. Whose responsibility is it? Deuteronomy 15:11. As God's people were preparing to enter the Promised Land, Moses wanted to ensure that they remember the laws that God had given them 40 years earlier when they had first been there but failed to enter. His instructions at this time included those for taking care of the poor, but given all the verdant abundance in the land, it seemed almost unimaginable that there might even be poor among them. After all, on the first excursion into the land, they cut down a branch and a single cluster of grapes, and they carried it on a pole between two men, and reported that the land certainly does flow with milk and honey, and this is its fruits. Numbers 13, 23, and 27. Clusters of grapes so large that it took two men just to carry one cluster? How could there be any poor in such a land? But Moses, as a good leader, planned with an eye to the future, reminding the people, "For the poor will never cease to be in the land, therefore I command you, saying, you shall freely open your hand to your brother, to your needy and poor in your land." Deuteronomy 15:11. 1,500 years later, the Apostle Paul similarly reported to the church of Galatia that they were to remember the poor. Galatians 2:10. It's a long one. God is and always has been concerned about taking care of the poor. But notice how he wants it done, or rather, who he wants doing it. The command from Deuteronomy was directed at individuals, and the mandate from Galatians was pointed at the church. Neither was directed at the government. In fact, in scores of verses on this subject, the Bible repeatedly and explicitly affirms that the care of the poor is the responsibility of individuals and the congregation, but not of government. Consider some of those verses. The individual. Significantly, the overwhelming majority of scriptures that addresses meeting the needs of the poor are directed at individuals. For example, in Leviticus 25:25, 35, and 39, individuals are pointedly told to identify the poor around them and then help care for them until they get back on their feet. Individuals are also commanded, when you happen on someone who's in trouble or needs help among your people with whom you live in this land that God, your God, is giving you, don't look the other way pretending you don't see him. Don't keep a tight grip on your purse. No. Look at him, open your purse, lend whatever and as much as he needs, give freely and spontaneously. Don't have a stingy heart. The way you handle matters like this triggers God, your God's blessing in everything you do, all your work and ventures. There are always going to be poor and needy people among you, so I command you, always be generous, open purse and hands, give to your neighbors in trouble, your poor and your hurting neighbors. Deuteronomy 15:7-8. 10 and 11, the Message. God also declares that a primary lesson he wants to teach his people through fasting and prayer is for individuals to learn to take responsibility of caring for the poor. Is this not the fast which I choose, to loosen the bonds of wickedness, to undo the bands of the yoke, and to let the oppressed go free and break every yoke? Is it not to divide your bread with the hungry and bring the homeless poor into your house, when you see the naked to cover him? And if you give yourself to hungry and satisfy the desire of the afflicted, then your light will rise in the darkness, your gloom will become like midday. Isaiah 58:6-10. Jesus similarly told his followers, "Then the king will say to those on his right, 'Come, you who are blessed of my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger, and you invited me in. Naked, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you visited me. I was in prison, and you came to me.' Then the righteous will answer him, 'Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you, or thirsty and give you something to drink? And when did we see you a stranger and invite you in, or naked and clothe you? When did we see you sick or in prison and come to you?' The king will answer and say to them, 'Truly I say to you, to the extent that you did it to one of these brothers of mine, even the least of them, you did it to me.'" Matthew 25:34-40. The emphasis on both the Old and New Testament is on the individual's responsibility to take care of the poor, not the government's. Numerous other verses addressing the responsibility of individuals to care for the poor include Deuteronomy 24:12, Job 29:12 through 16, Psalm 41:1, Proverbs 14:24, 19:17, 31:20, Matthew 19:21, Mark 10:21, 14:7, Luke 14:3, Luke 14:13 and 14, and 18:22. Congregation. Just as the scriptures direct individuals to care for the poor, so too they direct the church and congregation to do the same. For example, if a poor individual is unable to meet his obligations, the priests were instructed to examine that person, determine the extent of his needs, see what part of them he was capable of paying, and then grant the proportional relief, Leviticus 27:8. Similarly, in Esther 9:22, after God had delivered his people from their enemies, Mordecai wrote them that they should make them days of feasting and rejoicing, and sending portions of food to one another and gifts to the poor. This command was to the collective group of God's people. To the Jews who were living in the nation, it was not to government. Under the leadership of the apostles in the early New Testament church, there was not a needy person among them, because the church distributed to each as many as any had need. Acts 4:34 through 35. And when James, Peter, and John were in Jerusalem, they specifically met with Paul and charged him to remember the poor, which Paul reports was the very thing I also was eager to do. Galatians 2:10. As Paul made his subsequent missionary journeys, he proudly reported of the churches he had stated in Macedonia and Achaia that they have been pleased to make a contribution for the poor among the saints in Jerusalem. Romans 15:26. In fact, he specifically noted that they were pleased to do so, and they are indebted to them. Clearly, the church or congregation is directed to help the poor. The government. While the directives of caring for the poor are definitely given to individuals and to the congregation, and any explicit commands given to the government, absolutely yes. Let me read that again. I'm sorry. The government. While directives about caring for the poor are definitely given to individuals and to the congregation, are any explicit commands given to government? Absolutely yes. For example, civil authorities are commanded, "Nor shall you be partial to a poor man in his dispute. You shall not pervert the justice due to your needy brother in his dispute." Exodus 23:3 and 6. You shall do no justice in judgment. You shall not be partial to the poor, nor defer to the great. Leviticus 19:15. If a king judges the poor with truth, his throne will be established forever. Proverbs 29:14. Government is charged to provide justice to the poor and maintain their rights whenever they utilize the civil process, but government is not charged with meeting the material needs. Therefore, to make government the object for helping the poor not only rebels against the jurisdictional lines established by God himself, but also usurps his direct commands to the individual and the congregation. Not surprisingly, statistics affirm the wisdom of the scriptures in this area. Consider information from the American Institute of Philanthropy. In order to help donors maximize the effect of their charitable giving, the AIP rates various charities by calculating the percentage of donated income that actually makes it through its intended target. According to the AIP, a charity's effectiveness is acceptable if 60% of what it collects reaches its intended charitable mission. Donors should avoid contributing to organizations where less than 60% of contributed funds reach the designated target. So what percentage of every dollar collected by the government for the poor actually reaches them? A dismal 30%. The U.S. government is quite possibly the nation's most inefficient mechanism for meeting the needs of the poor. No reasonable donor would fund an organization where only 30 cents out of each dollar reached its target. But many today not only tolerate such malfeasance, but even encourage increased government spending to fight poverty. Why? Just to see 70% of each additional dollar wasted. Biblically, taking care of the poor is to be done by individuals, churches, charities, etc., but not government. The Bible pattern was understood and closely followed in early America. In fact, founding fathers such as George Washington and Thomas Jefferson served as vestrymen in their respective churches, and the responsibility of the church vestry included arranging care for the poor in the community. But the fact that the church was to assist the poor in no way relieved individuals of their own personal obligation to do the same. As Thomas Jefferson affirmed, I deem it the duty of every man to devote a certain portion of his income for charitable purposes, and that it is his further duty to see it so applied as to do the most good of which it is capable. This I believe to be the best ensured by keeping within the circle of his own inquiry and information the subjects of distress to whose relief his contributions shall be applied. Notice that Jefferson said that care of the poor should be undertaken by those closest to them. Recall that the biblical directive had been for individuals and priests to examine and determine the needs of the poor in their own community, those nearest around them. Jefferson urges the application of the biblical principle, and Jefferson's own personal charity was very generous, a fact attested to by his private ledger books, and generally his charity for others was done anonymously, just as Jesus had commanded. Beware of practicing your righteousness before men to be noticed by them. Otherwise you have no reward within your Father who is in heaven. But when you give to the poor, do not let your left hand know what your right hand is doing, so that your giving will be in secret, and your Father who sees what is done in secret will reward you. Matthew 6:1, 3, and 4. There will always be excuses for not helping the poor, and Jefferson had heard many of them in his day. His beloved wife died in 1782, and loving her deeply even several years afterward, he was still devastated. In 1786, still not recovered from his tragic loss, he was sent by Congress as a diplomat to France. While there, he met a noted painter and artist, Maria Causeway, and they spent time together both in France and America before Jefferson decided she was not to be his wife. Jefferson would frequently see some poor person he wanted to help, but Causeway always gave him reasons why he should not. Jefferson initially listened, but then told her why he never should have heeded her advice. A desire to do what is right has sometimes induced me to conform to your counsels. A few facts, however, which I can readily recall to your memory, will suffice to prove to you that nature has not organized you for our moral direction. When the poor wearied soldier whom we overtook at Chickahominy with his pack on his back begged us to let him get up behind our carriage, you began to calculate that the road was full of soldiers, and that if all should be taken up, our horses would fail in their journey. We drove on, therefore, but soon becoming sensible you had made me do wrong, that though we cannot relieve all the distressed, we should relieve as many as we can. I turned about to take up the soldier, but he had entered a bypath and was no more to be found. And from that moment to this, I could never find him out to ask his forgiveness. Again, when the poor woman came to ask a charity in Philadelphia, you whispered that she looked like a drunkard and that $50 was enough to give her for the alehouse. Those who want the dispositions, who lack the resolve to give, easily find reasons why they ought not give. When I sought her out afterwards and did what I should have done at first, you know that she employed the money immediately towards placing her child at school. If our country, when pressed with wrongs, at the point of the bayonet, had been governed by its head instead of its hearts, where should we have been now? Hanging on the gallows as high as Haman's. Esther 7:10. George Washington also felt a personal responsibility, as every Christian should, to help the poor. When he was called away from Mount Vernon to serve as Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army during the American Revolution, he directed his business manager, "Let the hospitality of the house with the respect to the poor be kept up. Let no one go hungry away. If any of this kind of people should be in want of corn, supply their necessities, provided it does not encourage them in idleness, and I have no objection to your giving my money in charity." What I mean by having no objection is that it is my desire that it should be done. But Washington not only provided for the poor, he encouraged others also to be generous in helping them. Let your heart feel for the affliction and distress of everyone. Let your hands give in proportion to your purse. Remember always the estimation of the widow's mite. Luke 21:2-3. Never let an indignant person ask without receiving something. If you have the means, always recollecting in what light the widow's mite was viewed. Luke 21:2-3. Benjamin Franklin likewise helped those in need, and he viewed his gifts as if he were planting a seed that might sprout and multiply. Thus, when he helped someone, he was asking them that when they were back on their feet to also do the same for others, as he told one such recipient of his kindness. Sometime or other you may have an opportunity of assisting with an equal sum a stranger who has equal need of it. Do so. By that means you will discharge any obligation you may suppose yourself under to me, and join him to do the same on occasion. By pursuing such a practice, much good may be done with little money. Mankind are all of a family. God wants the poor to be taken care of, but he has made very clear that doing so is the responsibility of individuals and the church, not the government. That's it. All right, Deuteronomy 16, Feasts of Passover, of Weeks, and of Booths. Observe the month of Abib and celebrate the Passover to the Lord your God, for in the month of Abib the Lord your God brought you out of Egypt by night. You shall sacrifice the Passover to the Lord your God from the flock and the herd, in the place where the Lord chooses to establish his name. You shall not eat leavened bread with it. 7 days you shall eat with it unleavened bread, the bread of affliction. For you came out of the land of Egypt in haste, so that you may remember all the days of your life, the day when you came out of the land of Egypt. For 7 days and 11 shall be seen with you in all your territory, and none of the flesh which you sacrifice on the evening of the first day shall remain overnight until morning. You are not allowed to sacrifice the Passover in any of your towns which the Lord your God is giving you. But at the place where the Lord your God chooses to establish his name, you shall sacrifice the Passover in the evening at sunset at the time that you came out of Egypt. You shall cook and eat it in the place which the Lord your God chooses. In the morning you are to return to your tents. 6 days you shall eat unleavened bread, and on the 7th day there shall be a solemn assembly to the Lord your God, and you shall do no work on it. You shall count 7 weeks for yourself. You shall begin to count 7 weeks from the time you begin to put the sickle to the standing grain. Then you shall celebrate the Feast of Weeks to the Lord your God with a tribute of a freewill offering of your hand, which you shall give just as the Lord your God blesses you. And you shall rejoice before the Lord your God, you and your son and your daughter and your male and female servants and the Levite who is in your town and the stranger and the orphan and the widow who are in your midst in the place where the Lord your God chooses to establish his name. You shall remember that you were a slave in Egypt, and you shall be careful to observe these statutes. You shall celebrate the Feast of Booths 7 days after you have gathered it from your threshing floor and your wine vat. And you shall rejoice in your feast, you and your son and your daughter and your male and female servants and the Levite and the stranger and the orphan and the widow who are in your towns. 7 days you shall celebrate a feast to the Lord your God in the place which the Lord chooses, because the Lord your God will bless you in all your produce and in all the work of your hands, so that you will be altogether joyful. 3 times in a year all your males shall appear before the Lord your God in the place which he chooses, at the feast of the unleavened bread, and at the feast of weeks, and at the feast of booths, and they shall not appear before the Lord empty-handed. Every man shall give as he is able, according to the blessing of the Lord your God, which he has given you. You shall appoint for yourself judges and officers in your towns, which the Lord your God is giving you, according to your tribes, and they shall judge the people with righteous judgment. You shall not distort justice. You shall not be partial, and you shall not take a bribe, for a bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and perverts the words of the righteous. Justice and only justice you shall pursue, and you may live and possess the land which the Lord your God is giving you. You shall not plant for yourself an Asherah or any kind of tree beside the altar of the Lord your God, which you shall make for yourself. You shall not set up for yourself a sacred pillar which the Lord your God hates. Deuteronomy 17, Administration of Justice. You shall not sacrifice to the Lord your God an ox or a sheep which has a blemish or any defect, for that is a detestable thing to the Lord your God. If there is found in your midst any of your towns which the Lord your God is giving you, a man or a woman who does what is evil in the sight of the Lord your God by transgressing his covenant, and has gone and served other gods and worshipped them, or the sun or the moon or any of the heavenly host, which I have not commanded, and if it is told you and you have heard of it, then you shall inquire thoroughly. Behold, if it is true and the thing certain that is detestable thing has been done in Israel, then you shall bring out that man or that woman who has done this evil deed to your gates, that is, the man or woman, and you shall stone them to death. On the evidence of 2 witnesses or 3 witnesses, he who is to die shall be put to death. He shall not be put to death on the evidence of 1 witness. The hand of the witness shall be first against him to put him to death, and afterward the hand of all the people. You shall purge the evil from your midst. If any case is too difficult for you to decide between one kind of homicide or another, between one kind of lawsuit or another, and between one kind of assault or another, being cases of dispute in your courts, then you shall rise and go up to the place which the Lord your God chooses. So you shall come to the Levitical priest or the judge who is in office in those days, and you shall inquire of them, and they will declare to you the verdict in the case. You shall do according to the terms of the verdict which they declare to you from that place which the Lord chooses, and you shall be careful to observe according to all that they teach you. According to the terms of the law which they teach you, and according to the verdict which they tell you, you shall do. You shall not turn aside from the word which they declare to you, to the right or the left. The man who acts as presumptuously by not listening to the priest who stands there to serve the Lord your God, nor to the judge, that man shall die. Thus you shall purge the evil from Israel. Then all the people will hear and be afraid, and will not act presumptuously again. When you enter the land which the Lord your God gives you, and you possess it and live in it, and you say, I will set a king over me like the nations who are around me, you shall surely set a king over you, whom the Lord your God chooses, one from among your countrymen. You shall set as king over yourselves. You may not put a foreigner over yourselves, who is not your countryman. Moreover, he shall not multiply horses for himself, nor shall he cause the people to return to Egypt to multiply horses, since the Lord has said to you, you shall never again return that way. He shall not multiply wives for himself, or else his heart will turn away, nor shall he greatly increase silver and gold for himself. Now it shall come about when he sits on the throne of his kingdom, he shall write for himself a copy of this law on a scroll in the presence of the Levitical priests. It shall be with him, and he shall read it all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear the Lord his God, be carefully observing all the words of this law and these statutes, that his heart may not be lifted up above his countrymen, and that he may not turn aside from the commandment to the right or the left, so that he and his sons may continue long in his kingdom in the midst of Israel. And there is a little sidebar here I want to read just to get it out of the way. That's the end of Deuteronomy 17. Long before Israel demanded their first king, Moses detailed in advance as to how to choose their own leaders. Specifically, a foreigner could be a governor over a tribe or an elder of the nation, but not the top national leader. The national leader was to be native born, one from among your countrymen. Did you know that the founding fathers placed this identical biblical requirement in the Constitution as regards the office of president, a natural born citizen? You might also be surprised to find out that Israel was set up as a republic, a model that did not escape the founders. The commentary for Deuteronomy 17, a natural born president, is found on 451. And that is it. Okay. Capital crimes and the avenger of evil. Deuteronomy 17:6. Genesis 6 describes the near unimaginable condition where the entire earth had become corrupt, and all the flesh, both man and beast, had corrupted their way. Everything had become so corrupted and was so full of violence because of them that the end of all flesh was at hand. God decided that it was necessary to destroy them with a great flood and preserve what he could. Then the Lord saw that the wickedness of man was great on the earth, and that every intent of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. The Lord was sorry that he had made man on the earth, and he was grieved in his heart. The Lord said, I will blot out man whom I have created from the face of the land, from man to animals to creeping things and to birds of the sky, for I am sorry that I have made them. But Noah found favor in the eyes of the Lord. VV 5:8. When the flood had fulfilled its assignment, rescuing that which had not corrupted its way and eliminating the vast, widespread, and wanton wickedness that had characterized all the corrupted flesh of man, beast, and every living thing, God spoke to Noah and made an everlasting covenant with him. Genesis 9:7-11. But immediately before making that covenant, God gave Noah one simple command to help guide the new, fresh, and clean world. From the hand of every man's brother I will require the life of man. Whoever sheds man's blood, by man his blood shall be shed, for in the image of God he made man. Genesis 9:5. through 6. God was very clear. Certain crimes against mankind were so heinous that they required the forfeiture of the life of the offender. From that time forward, it became a specific responsibility of civil government to protect innocent life and punish those who abridged that standard. If the life of an individual citizen was wrongly taken by another citizen, the lawbreaker, by his own actions, had given up his right to his own life by violating this very first societal law established by God himself. In the New Testament, the Apostle Paul reaffirmed this policy. For rulers are not a cause of fear for good behavior, but for evil. Do you want to have no fear of authority? Do what is good, and you will have praise from the same, for it is a minister of God to you for good. But if you do what is evil, be afraid, for it does not bear the sword for nothing. For it is a minister of God, an avenger who brings wrath on the one who practices evil. Romans 13:3-4. God specifically gave the sword of civil justice to the civil government, which does not bear the sword for nothing. Government is to wield and to use that sword as an avenger who brings wrath on the one who practices evil. The New Testament passage confirms that God earlier said that in Genesis 9:5-6, Paul fully accepted this, even declaring at his own trial, "If then I am a wrongdoer and have committed anything worthy of death, I do not refuse to die." Acts 25:11. Some today oppose capital punishment as a violation of the Ten Commandments directive, "You shall not murder." Exodus 20:13, Deuteronomy 5:17. As some translations use the word kill, but all scholars agree that the original Hebrew word in that verse is properly translated murder rather than kill. Murder means shedding innocent blood, and in the scriptures, God repeatedly denounces the shedding of innocent blood. But capital punishment is the shedding of guilty blood, and therefore does not come within the scope of that commandment against murder. God, having established the use of capital punishment for certain crimes, also provided safeguards against the abuse of that punishment. In Deuteronomy 17:6, he requires, "On the evidence of 2 witnesses or 3 witnesses, he who is to die shall be put to death. He shall not be put to death on the evidence of 1 witness." Biblically, the death penalty could not be applied unless there were at least 2 eyewitnesses to the incident. Circumstantial evidence, even when strong, is not the equivalent of multiple eyewitnesses and therefore does not meet the biblical standard. Interestingly, however, the Bible long ago acknowledged a specific eyewitness that only in recent decades has become recognized in American courts. Recall the account of Cain's murder of his brother Abel from Genesis 4:8-10. When God asked Cain where his brother was and Cain lied, God specifically confronted him with the declaration, "The voice of your brother's blood is crying to me from the ground." Blood cries out. Blood has a voice. How can that be? We know now that DNA has a voice, that it serves as an eyewitness to specific crimes, just as when it cried out to God about Abel's death. The voice therefore biblically qualifies as one of the 2 or 3 eyewitnesses needed to secure the death sentence in a capital crime. Requiring 2 eyewitnesses before the death penalty can be applied in a genuine safeguard. There are certainly perjurers who will lie about an incident in order to harm someone, but it is extremely difficult to get 2 perjurers to tell the same lie about the same event. After all, remember that all the trial of Jesus, after hours of attempts, the liars were unable to get their lies about him to agree. Mark 14:55-56. Intentional cold-blooded murder was a crime that historically was always considered worthy of death, as in Genesis 9. But treason was another crime to which the death penalty was universally applied. Why? As explained by U.S. Supreme Court Justice Harry Brockholst Livingston, a military officer during the American Revolution appointed to the court by President Thomas Jefferson. Treason not only holds a conspicuous and generally is it conspicuous? Yeah, treason not only holds a conspicuous and generally the first place in every catalog of crimes, but is almost universally punished with death. Government is so high a blessing, and its preservation and support are so essential to the welfare of every member of the body politic that an attempt at its subversion has ever been regarded a most aggravated offense. Founding Father Noah Webster agreed, declaring treason is the highest crime of civil nature of which a man can be guilty. Why would treason be a greater crime than murder? Because treason typically resulted in mass murder. It opened a nation to foreign invaders who could only seize control by killing enough inhabitants to force the nation to relinquish itself to the conquering power. The Bible records numerous occasions of treason, including of Korah against Moses, Numbers 16, 1 through 33. Rahab against Jericho, Joshua 2, 1 through 21. Absalom against King David, 2 Samuel 15. Jeroboam against King Rehoboam, 1 Kings 2:16 through 19, and many others. Throughout the Bible, the penalty of treason was consistently death. See, for example, when Mordecai uncovered the treason in Esther 2:23. Recall, too, that Jesus was crucified for treason. He was called a king and was thus considered a rival to the Roman emperor. The sign posted above his head when he was crucified therefore identified his offense as being King of the Jews. Matthew 27:11 and 29. Luke 23:38. Paul faced a similar treason charge for saying that Jesus was a king. Acts 17:7. But treason was such a serious threat to the existence of a nation, it is directly addressed in the U.S. Constitution, Article 3, Section 3, Paragraph 3. Notice the explicit provision associated with convicting someone of a capital crime of treason. No person shall be convicted of treason unless on the testimony of 2 witnesses to the same overt act or on confession in open court. Significantly, the Constitution did not allow the death penalty to be applied to this capital crime unless there were 2 witnesses to the same overt act. The identical safeguard set forth in Deuteronomy 17:6, Article 3, is another of the many clauses in the Constitution that incorporates specific provisions from the Bible. I think that's it. All right, Deuteronomy 18, portion of the Levites. The Levitical priests, the whole tribe of Levi, shall have no portion of inheritance with Israel. They shall eat the Lord's offerings by fire and his portion. They shall have no inheritance among their countrymen. The Lord is their inheritance, as he promised them. Now this shall be the priest's due from the people, from those who offer a sacrifice, either an ox or a sheep, of which they shall give to the priest the shoulder and the 2 cheeks and the stomach. You shall give him the first fruits of your grain, your new wine, and your oil, and the first shearing of your sheep. For the Lord your God has chosen him and his sons from all your tribes to stand and serve in the name of the Lord forever. Now if a Levite comes from any of your towns throughout Israel where he resides, and comes wherever he desires to the place which the Lord chooses, then he shall serve in the name of the Lord his God, like all his fellow Levites who stand there before the Lord. They shall eat equal portions, except what they receive from the sale of their father's estates. Deuteronomy 18:9, Spiritism forbidden. When you enter the land which the Lord your God gives you, you shall not learn to imitate the detestable things of those nations. There shall not be found among you anyone who makes his son or his daughter pass through the fire, one who uses divination, one who practices witchcraft, or one who interprets omens, or a sorcerer, or one who casts a spell, or a medium, or a spiritist, or one who calls upon the dead. Make sure it's still going. For whoever does these things is detestable to the Lord, and because of these detestable things, the Lord your God will drive them out before you. You shall be blameless before the Lord your God. For those nations which you shall dispossess, listen to those who practice witchcraft and to diviners. But as for you, the Lord your God has not allowed you to do so. The Lord your God will raise up for you a prophet like me from among you, from your countrymen. You shall listen to him. This is according to all that you asked of the Lord your God in Horeb on the day of the assembly, saying, Let me not hear again the voice of the Lord my God. Let me not see this great fire any more, or I will die. The Lord said to me, They have spoken well. I will raise up a prophet from among their countrymen like you, and I will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak to them all that I command him. It shall come about that whoever will not listen to my words, which he shall speak in my name, I myself will require it of him. But the prophet who speaks a word presumptuously in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak, or which he speaks in the name of other gods, that prophet shall die. You may say in your heart, How will we know the word which the Lord has not spoken? When a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, if the thing does not come about or come true, that is the thing which the Lord has not spoken. The prophet has spoken it presumptuously. You shall not be afraid of him. Deuteronomy 19, Cities of Refuge. When the Lord your God cuts off the nations whose land the Lord your God gives you, and you dispossess them and settle in their cities and in their houses, you shall set aside 3 cities for yourself in the midst of your land, which the Lord your God gives you to possess. You shall prepare the roads for yourself, and divide into 3 parts the territory of your land, which the Lord your God will give you as a possession, so that any manslayer may flee there. Now this is the case of the manslayer who may flee there and live, when he kills his friend unintentionally, not hating him previously, as when a man goes into the forest with his friend to cut wood, and his hand swings the axe to cut down a tree, and the iron head slips off the handle and strikes his friend so that he dies. He may flee to one of these cities and live. Otherwise, the avenger of blood might pursue the manslayer in the heat of his anger and overtake him, because the way is long, and take his life, though he was not deserving of death, since he had not hated him previously. Therefore, I command you, saying, You shall set aside 3 cities for yourself. If the Lord your God enlarges your territory, just as he has sworn to your fathers, and gives you all the land which he promised to give your fathers, if you carefully observe all this commandment which I command you today, to love the Lord your God and to walk his ways always, then you shall add 3 more cities for yourself besides these 3. So innocent blood will not be shed in the midst of your land, which the Lord your God gives you as an inheritance, and blood guiltlessness be on you. But if there is a man who hates his neighbor, and lies in wait for him, and rises up against him, and strikes him so that he dies, and he flees to one of these cities, then the elders of the city shall send and take him from there, and deliver him into the hand of the avenger of blood, that he may die. You shall not pity him, but you shall purge the blood of the innocent from Israel, that is, that it may go well with you. Deuteronomy 19:14, Laws of Landmark and Testimony. You shall not move your neighbor's boundary mark, which the ancestors have set, in your inheritance which you will inherit in the land that the Lord your God gives you to possess. A single witness shall not rise up against a man on account of any iniquity or any sin which has he has committed. On the evidence of 2 or 3 witnesses, a matter shall be confirmed. If a malicious witness rises up against a man to accuse him of wrongdoing, then both the men who have the dispute shall stand before the Lord, before the priests and the judges who will be in office in those days. The judges shall investigate thoroughly, and if the witness is a false witness, and he has accused his brother falsely, then you shall do to him just as he had intended to do to his brother. Thus you shall purge the evil from among you. The rest will hear and be afraid, and will never again do such an evil thing among you. Thus you shall not show pity, life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, and foot for foot. That is it. Okay, courts of justice, Deuteronomy 19. The Bible established specific procedures to be used in courtroom proceedings, and the objective of each was to secure justice. For example, Deuteronomy 19:15 through 18 stipulates, "A single witness shall not rise up against a man on account of iniquity or any sin which he has committed. On the evidence of 2 or 3 witnesses, a matter shall be confirmed. If a malicious witness rises up against a man to accuse him of wrongdoing, then both the men who have the dispute shall stand before the Lord, before the priests and the judges who will be in office in those days. The judges shall investigate thoroughly." Many other scriptures address courts, judges, and legal proceedings, and all appointed to the same purpose, securing justice. For additional passages on the judiciary, see the commentary accompanying Deuteronomy 10:17-6, Joshua 7, 1 Samuel 7, Proverbs 18:17, Isaiah 126, 2 Corinthians 3. Significantly, the due process clauses of the U.S. Constitution, the 4th through the 8th Amendments, also contain specific provisions to secure justice in court proceedings, and those provisions are based heavily on Bible teachings. This fact is affirmed even by modern Supreme Court justices, who are not at all considered religious, but who nevertheless make this acknowledgement simply because the history is conclusive. To learn more about how the Bible directly shaped the Constitution's due process clauses, see Federal Practices and Procedure, Federal Rules of Evidence. In the millennia preceding American colonization, courts had been used as a political enforcement machinery. Justice was definitely not their objective. In the 15th and 16th centuries, many of the dissenters, those who followed Bible teachings and opposed the corruption of state-run churches, had been tried, convicted, and punished by these tyrannical courts, and they began pointing out biblical passages that illustrated the proper use of courts. But after decades of continued judicial persecution and cruelty, and no success in securing judicial reform, large waves of dissenters departed Europe for America, specifically citing the judicial corruption of European courts as a reason for leaving. Upon their arrival, the dissenters took deliberate steps to ensure that the judicial system here excluded the problems and practices that had characterized the English judicial system. They believed that one of the most effective means of securing justice was by the use of juries, a practice largely excluded in Europe. Original jurors in America exercised powers far beyond those of modern jurors, who today often serve as not much more than spectators in a court watching so-called legal experts perform in front of a robed referee. Originally, American jurors were considered to be citizen judges who not only watched over the robed judge and attorneys, but who were especially committed to ensuring that justice was done in every courtroom. To see a biblical basis for citizens acting as judges in this manner, refer to 1 Corinthians 6:2. "Do you not know that the saints will judge the world? If the world is judged by you, are you not competent to constitute the smallest law courts? From the beginning, American juries had a twofold responsibility: examine the facts in a particular case, and two, judge the law at the center of the controversy. They understood that if a law was tyrannical, enforcing it would prevent justice rather than secure it. Consider what would have occurred if Daniel in the Bible had been a defendant in these early American courts. In Daniel's case, a law had been passed declaring that prayers could be offered to no one but King Darius. Daniel broke the law, prayed to the one true God, and was arrested. Daniel 6:7-16. If that case had been brought before an American jury in a court of justice during the 1600s, 1700s, or 1800s, Daniel would have been immediately acquitted. The law under which he was being tried would have been judged unjust and despotic, violating Daniel's inalienable right to pray to his God according to the dictates of conscience. Even if the judge had told the jury that Daniel had definitely violated a clearly written law and that the jury must therefore return a verdict of guilty, the judge's instructions would have been ignored. The jury was in check and balance on the judge to ensure that justice was done, and therefore it had the right to judge both the law and the facts. Juries in the early America often shone brightly in this regard. For example, during the Massachusetts witch trials of 1691-1692, 19 defendants were convicted and sentenced, and 8 others died in prison as a result of awaiting trial. But then juries stood up and acquitted or released the next 52 defendants, often in opposition to direct instructions given to them by judges. In 1735, newspaper publisher Peter Zinger of New York was taken to trial for his printed attacks against Governor William Cosby. British law at that time forbade anyone from criticizing a British official, even if the criticism was truthful and valid. The judge therefore instructed the jury to convict Zinger for criticizing the governor, but the jury ignored the judge and acquitted Zinger, believing that any law that punished citizens for telling the truth was unjust. As the American Revolution approached, American juries refused to convict defendants under the British Navigation Acts, which treated American merchants and entrepreneurs as smugglers and criminals. The British responded by creating courts of admiralty from which juries were excluded and in which the accused was considered guilty until proven innocent. John Adams denounced this as a most grievous innovation and thundered, "In these courts one judge presides alone. No juries have a concern there. No juries, thus no guarantee for justice." When America separated from Great Britain, the founders specifically enshrined juries, both the federal and state constitutions. To ensure justice was secured, juries were empowered to judge both the law and the facts. Therefore, an American court's attorney and judges argued all issues about the law and evidence in the presence of the jury so that the jurors would be privy to all the facts. As one legal expert observed, judge and jury heard the same evidence and might disagree in interpreting it. But in the years leading up to the 20th century, a dramatic shift occurred, with courts of justice devolving into courts of law. Upholding the law replaced the pursuit of justice. The impetus for the change was a series of jury decisions against the megacorporations and monopolies of that day, after which several powerful legal groups began lobbying Congress and the Supreme Court to limit the power of juries. In 1895, the Supreme Court ruled that juries would no longer consider the law in the case, but only the facts. No longer would they serve as a check against the tyranny of bad law. Rather, they would only be asked to decide whether an individual had violated a law. even if that law was unjust. In that same period, Congress passed a law birthing the Federal Courts of Appeals system. There had previously been no need for such a system, for juries had always been the final word. In the new Federal Court of Appeals system, judges began to tell one another, and the judges below them, what the law was. Judges had taken control of the law and become its sole interpreters. Juries were still involved, but the judges now controlled the juries. Juries were no longer privy to all the facts and evidence, and many of the legal arguments began to occur outside their presence, either in the judges' chambers or in written arguments to which the jury was no longer given access. Juries received only the information that judges allowed them to know. The judge had replaced the jury as the most powerful force in the courtroom. Consequently, had Daniel been tried by a 20th century court of law, he definitely would have been convicted. The judge would have told the jury what the law was, that Daniel had violated the law, and that he must therefore be convicted. Nothing was more important than following the law as interpreted by the judges. In fact, if a jury tried to exercise its traditional historic role of considering not just the facts but also the law, judges were told to declare a mistrial or overturn the jury verdict. In the latter part of the 20th century, yet another devolution occurred, this time moving downward from courts of laws to nothing more than courts. According to the current legal definitions, a court is now merely a local or a body to settle disputes. Securing justice was the original objective of courts, then it shifted to upholding the law, but now it is merely settling disputes and ending arguments. Hence, modern courts have shown an eagerness to strike down laws that stand in the way of settling a dispute, preferring instead to impose their own judicially crafted policy that they believe best ends the disagreement. Under this arrangement, the people's role in the judicial system is the smallest it has ever been in the history of the Republic, and justice has been the casualty. But justice is important. It is a biblical concept, and not surprisingly, since so many components of traditional justice are biblically derived, as America has become increasingly secular over the past century, the pursuit of justice has diminished. Americans need to regain the knowledge and understanding of biblical provisions for justice in the courts. They should also seek and accept every opportunity to serve on a jury, for biblical-minded citizens serving in courtrooms can help restore justice. That's it. All right, Deuteronomy 21, expiation of a crime. If a slain person is found lying in the open country, in the land which the Lord your God gives you to possess, and it is not known who has struck him, then your elders and your judges shall go out and measure the distance to the cities which are around the slain one. It shall be that the city which is nearest to the slain man, that is, the elders of that city, shall take a heifer of the herd which has not been worked and which has not pulled in a yoke. And the elders of that city shall bring the heifer down to the valley with running water, which has not been plowed or sown, and shall break the heifer's neck there in the valley. Then the priests, the son of Levi, shall come near, for the Lord your God has chosen them to serve him, and to bless in the name of the Lord, and every dispute and every assault shall be settled by them. All the elders of that city which is nearest to the slain man shall wash their hands over the heifer whose neck was broken in the valley, and they shall answer and say, Our hands did not shed his blood, nor did our eyes see it. Forgive your people, Israel, whom you have redeemed, O Lord, and do not place the guilt of innocent blood in the midst of your people Israel. And the blood guiltiness shall be forgiven them. So you shall remove the guilt of innocent blood from your midst when you do what is right in the eyes of the Lord. Deuteronomy 21:10, domestic relations. When you go out to battle against your enemies, and the Lord your God delivers them into your hands, and you take them away captive, and see among the captives a beautiful woman, and have a desire for her, and would take her as a wife for yourself, then you shall bring her home to your house, and she shall shave her head and trim her nails. She shall also remove the clothes of her captivity, and shall remain in your house, and mourn her father and mother a full month. And after that you may go in to her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife. It shall be, if you are not pleased with her, then you shall let her go, wherever she wishes, but you shall certainly not sell her for money. You shall not mistreat her, because you have humbled her. If a man has two wives, then one loved and the other unloved, and both the loved and the unloved have borne him sons. If the firstborn belongs to the unloved, then it shall be in the day he wills what he has to his sons. He cannot make the son of the loved the first. Let me reread. It's a long sentence. Sorry. If a man has two wives, the one loved and the other unloved, and both the loved and the unloved have borne him sons, if the firstborn son belongs to the unloved, then it shall be in the day he wills what he has to his sons. He cannot make the son of the loved the firstborn before the son of the unloved, who is the firstborn. But he shall acknowledge the firstborn, the son of the unloved, by giving him a double portion of all that he has, for he is the beginning of his strength. To him belongs the right of the firstborn. If any man has a stubborn and rebellious son who will not obey his father or his mother, and when they chastise him, he will not even listen to them, then his father and mother shall seize him and bring him out to the elders of his city at the gateway of his hometown. They shall say to the elders of his city, "This son of ours is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey us. He is a glutton and a drunkard." Then all the men of his city shall stone him to death. So you shall remove the evil from your midst, and all Israel will hear of it and fear. If a man has committed a sin worthy of death, then he is put to death, and you hang him on a tree. His corpse shall not hang all night on the tree, but you shall surely bury him on the same day. For he who is hanged is accursed of God, so that you do not defile your land, which the Lord your God gives you as an inheritance. Seems pretty steep. Okay. Deuteronomy 22, sundry laws. You shall not see your countryman's ox or his sheep straying away, and pay no attention to them. You shall certainly bring them back to your countryman. If your countryman is not near you, or if you do not know him, then you shall bring it home to your house, and it shall remain with you until your countryman looks for it, then you shall restore it to him. Thus you shall do with his donkey, and you shall do the same with his garment, and you shall do likewise with anything lost by your countryman, which he has lost and you have found. You are not allowed to neglect them. You shall not see your countryman's donkey or his ox fallen down on the way, and pay no attention to them. You shall certainly help him to raise them up. A woman shall not wear a man's clothing, nor shall a man put on a woman's clothing, for whoever does these things is an abomination to the Lord your God. If you happen to come upon a bird's nest along the way, in a tree or on the ground, when young ones or eggs, and the mother sitting on the young or on the eggs, you shall not take the mother with the young. You shall certainly let the mother go, but the young you may take for yourself, in order that you may be well with you, and that you may prolong your days. When you build a new house, you shall make a parapet for your roof, so that you will not bring blood guilt on your house if anyone falls from it. You shall not sow your vineyard with two kinds of seeds, or all the produce of the seed which you have sown, and the increase of the vineyard will become defiled. You shall not plow with an ox and a donkey together. You shall not wear a material mixed of wool and linen together. You shall make yourself tassel on the four corners of your garment with which you cover yourself. Laws on morality. Deuteronomy 22:13. If any man takes a wife and goes into her and then turns against her and charges her with shameful deeds and publicly defames her and says, I took this woman, but when I came near her, I did not find her a virgin, then the girl's father and her mother shall take and bring out the evidence of the girl's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The girl's father shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter to this man for a wife, but he turned against her. And behold, he has charged her with shameful deeds, saying, I did not find your daughter a virgin, but this is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. And they shall spread the garment before the elders of the city. So the elders of that city shall take the man and chastise him, and they shall fine him 100 shekels of silver and give it to the girlfriend's father, because he publicly defamed a virgin of Israel, and she shall remain his wife. He cannot divorce her all his days. But if this charge is true, that the girl was not found a virgin, then they shall bring out the girl to the doorway of her father's house, and the men of her city shall stone her to death, because she has committed an act of folly in Israel by playing the harlot in her father's house. Thus you shall purge the evil from among you. If a man is found lying with a married woman, and both of them shall die, the man who lay on the woman and the woman, thus you shall purge the evil from Israel. If there is a girl who is a virgin engaged to a man, and another man finds her in the city and lies with her, then you shall bring them both out to the gate of that city, and you shall stone them to death. The girl because she did not cry out in the city, and the man because he has violated his neighbor's wife. Thus you shall purge the evil from among you. But if in the field the man finds the girl who is engaged, and the man forces her and lies with her, then only the man who lies with her shall die. But you shall do nothing to the girl. There is no sin in the girl worthy of death, for just as a man rises against his neighbor and murders him, so is this case. When he found her in the field, the engaged girl cried out, but there was no one to save her. If a man finds a girl who is a virgin who is not engaged and seizes her and lies with her, and they are discovered, then the man who lay with her shall give to the girl's father 50 shekels of silver, and she shall become his wife because he has violated her. He cannot divorce her all his days. A man shall not take his father's wife, so that he will not uncover his father's skirt. It. All right, let's see. Deuteronomy 24, how we are to help the poor. The commentary accompanying Deuteronomy 15 examined God's directives about who should care for the poor. In this chapter, God gives instructions about the different facet of care for the poor. He told the people, when you reap your harvest in your field and have forgotten a sheaf in the field, you shall not go back to get it. It shall be for the alien, for the orphan, and for the widow, in order that the Lord your God may bless you in all your work of your hands. When you beat your olive tree, you shall not go over the burrows again. It shall be for the alien, for the orphan, and for the widow. When you gather the grapes of your vineyard, you shall not go over it again. It shall be for the alien, for the orphan, and for the widow. Deuteronomy 24:19 through 21, verse given in Leviticus 19:9 through 10 and 23:22. And any grain left in the field, any olives on the trees, or grapes on the vines, were to be for the poor. And God also made other provisions for the poor, commanding, but on the 7th year you shall let it rest and lie fallow, so that the needy of your people may eat, and whatever they leave the beast of the field may eat. You are to do the same with your vineyard and your olive grove. Exodus 23:11. God had already required that man must have a Sabbath, a seventh day that he took off for the purpose of rest, but now he required that the land also have a Sabbath, and that anything that grew on the land in that year was for the poor. And Each of these many ways God had made provision for the poor, but notice that the poor always had to do the work for themselves to collect those provisions made available to them. That is, the harvesters left the sheaves and rounded off the corners of the field while harvesting. But if the poor were to have that food, they had to carry out the extra sheaves and harvest the corners for themselves. Similarly, the poor had to pick the remaining clusters off the vines and collect the grapes that fell in the vineyard, and they had to gather the remaining olives off the trees. And everything that grew on any property in the Sabbath year had to be harvested by the poor if they were to partake of its food. God made opportunities for the poor, but work was always required in exchange. After all, the Bible commands, if anyone is not willing to work, then he is not to eat either. 2 Thessalonians 3:10. Of course, the exception to this was orphans, widows, and the disabled who were truly unable to work. If they were physically unable to supply for themselves, charity was provided for them. The biblical policy is what was adopted in America. In fact, when Benjamin Franklin was in London, he wrote a newspaper piece criticizing the English practice of providing for the poor by taxing citizens, both directly taxing their incomes and also indirectly taxing commodities sold and bought by them. Franklin rebuked them for that approach, explaining, "I am for doing good to the poor, but I defer in opinion of the means. I think the best way of doing good to the poor is not making them easy in poverty, but leading or driving them out of it. In my youth, I traveled much, and I observed in different countries that the more public provisions were made for the poor, the less they provided for themselves, and of course became poorer. And on the contrary, the less was done for them. The more they did for themselves and became richer. There is no country in the world where so many provisions are established for them, so many hospitals to receive them when they are sick or lame, founded and maintained by voluntary charities, so many almshouses for the aged of both sexes, together with a solemn general law made by the rich to subject their estates to the heavy tax for the support of the poor. Under all these obligations are our poor modest, humble, and thankful, and do they use their best endeavors to maintain themselves and lighten our shoulders of this burden? On the contrary, I affirm that there is no country in the world in which the poor are more idle, desolate, drunken, and insolent. The day you passed that act, you took away from them before their eyes the greatest of all inducements to industry, frugality, and sobriety. In short, you offered a premium for the encouragement of idleness, and you should not now wonder that it has had its effect in the increase of poverty. Repeal that law, and you will soon see a change in their manners. Saint Monday and Saint Tuesday will cease to be holidays. 6 days shalt thou labor. Exodus 29. Though one of the old commandments, long treated as out of date, will again be looked upon as a respectable precept. Industry will increase, and with it plenty among the lower people. Their circumstances will mend, and more will be done for their happiness by enabling them to provide for themselves than could be done by dividing all your estates among them. Franklin listed several bad fruits that resulted when the biblical method of caring for the poor was not followed: an increase of poverty, ungratefulness, laziness, higher taxes with no resulting benefits, etc. The founding fathers were very concerned about helping the poor, but they were equally concerned about doing it in a biblical manner. As noted earlier in the commentary accompanying Deuteronomy 15, Thomas Jefferson and George Washington were both very generous with their personal charity, and both were leaders in organizing the community to care for the poor. But both were also insistent that whatever the poor receive must not encourage laziness or idleness. As Jefferson observed, an industrious farmer occupies a more dignified place in the scale of beings, whether moral or political, than a lazy lounger, valuing himself on his family, too proud to work, and drawing out a miserable existence by eating on that surplus of other men's labor. And when Washington had given instructions to his business manager at Mount Vernon, he told them, "Let the hospitality of the house with the respect to the poor be kept up. Let no one go hungry away. If any of this kind of people should be in want of corn, supply their necessities, provided it does not encourage them in idleness." God definitely cares for the poor, and he tells us to do the same. But he also established clear principles for how that assistance is to occur, and it requires some type of effort from the poor. That's it. Okay, Deuteronomy 23. Persons excluded from the assembly. No one who is emasculated or has his male organ cut off shall enter the assembly of the Lord. No one of illegitimate birth shall enter the assembly of the Lord. None of his descendants, even to the 10th generation, shall enter the assembly of the Lord. No Ammonite or Moabite shall enter the assembly of the Lord. None of their descendants, even to the 10th generation, shall ever enter the assembly of the Lord. Because they did not meet you with food and water on the way when you came out of Egypt, and because they hired against you Balaam, the son of Beor, from Pethor of Mesopotamia, to curse you. Nevertheless, the Lord your God was not willing to listen to Balaam, but the Lord your God turned the curse into a blessing for you, because the Lord your God loves you. You shall never seek their peace or their prosperity all your days. You shall not detest an Edomite, for he is your brother. You shall not detest an Egyptian, because you were an alien in his land. The sons of the 3rd generation who are born to them may enter the assembly of the Lord. When you go out as an army against your enemies, you shall keep yourself from every evil thing. If there is among you any man who is unclean because of a nocturnal emission, then he must go outside the camp. He may not re-enter the camp, but it shall be when evening approaches, he shall bathe himself with water, and at sundown he may re-enter the camp. You shall also have a place outside the camp out there, and go out there. And you shall have a spade among your tools, and it shall be, when you sit down outside, you shall dig with it, and shall turn to cover up your excrement. Since the Lord your God walks in the midst of your camp to deliver you and to defeat your enemies before you, therefore your camp must be holy. You must not see anything indecent among you, or he will turn away from you. You shall not hand over to his master a slave who has escaped from his master to you. He shall live with you in your midst, in the place which he shall choose in one of your towns where it pleases him. You shall not mistreat him. None of the daughters of Israel shall be a cult prostitute, nor shall any of the sons of Israel be a cult prostitute. You shall not bring the hire of a harlot or the wages of a dog into the house of the Lord your God for any votive offering, for both of these are an abomination to the Lord your God. You shall not charge interest to your countrymen, interest on money, food, or anything that may be loaned at interest. You may charge interest to a foreigner, but to your countrymen you shall not charge interest, so that the Lord your God may bless you in all that you undertake in the land which you are about to enter to possess. When you make a vow to the Lord your God, you shall not delay to pay it, for it would be sin in you, and the Lord your God will surely require it of you. However, if you refrain from vowing, it would not be a sin in you. You shall be careful to perform what goes out from your lips, just as you have voluntarily vowed to the Lord your God, what you have promised. When you enter your neighbor's vineyard, then you may eat grapes until you are fully satisfied, but you shall not put any in your basket. When you enter your neighbor's standing grain, then you may pluck the heads with your hand, but you shall not wield a sickle in your neighbor's standing grain. Deuteronomy 24, Law of Divorce. When a man takes a wife and marries her, and it happens that she finds no favor in his eyes because he has found some indecency in her, and he writes her a certificate of divorce and puts it in her hand and sends her out from his house, and she leaves his house and goes and becomes another man's wife, and if the latter husband turns against her and writes her a certificate of divorce and puts it in her hand and sends her out of his house, or if the latter husband dies who took her to be his wife, then her former husband who sent her away is not allowed to take her again to be his wife, since she has been defiled, for that is an abomination before the Lord, and you shall not bring sin on the land which the Lord your God gives you as an inheritance. When a man takes a new wife, he shall not go out with the army, nor be charged with any duty. He shall be free at home 1 year, and shall give happiness to his wife whom he has taken. Deuteronomy 24:6, Sundry Laws. No one shall take a handmill or an upper millstone in pledge, for he would be taking a life in pledge. If a man is caught kidnapping any of his countrymen of the sons of Israel, and he deals with him violently or sells him, then the thief shall die. So you shall purge the evil from among you. Be careful against an infection of leprosy, that you diligently observe and do according to all the Levitical priests teach you, as I have commanded them, so you shall be careful to do. Remember that the Lord your God did to Miriam on the way as you came out of Egypt. When you make your neighbor a loan of any sort, you shall not enter his house to take his pledge. You shall remain outside, and the man to whom you make the loan shall bring the pledge out to you. If he is a poor man, you shall not sleep with his pledge. When the sun goes down, you shall surely return the pledge to him, that he may sleep in his cloak and bless you, and it will be righteousness for you before the Lord your God. You shall not oppress a hired servant who is poor and needy, whether he is one of your countrymen or one of your aliens who is in your land in your towns. You shall give him his wages on his day before the sun sets, for he is poor and sets his heart on it, so that he will not cry against you to the Lord, and it becomes sin in you. Fathers shall not be put to death for their sons, nor shall sons be put to death for their fathers. Everyone shall be put to death for his own sin. You shall not pervert the justice, do an alien or an orphan, nor take a widow's garment in pledge. You shall remember that you were a slave in Egypt, and that the Lord your God redeemed you from there. Therefore I am commanding you to do this thing. When you reap your harvest in your field and have forgotten a sheaf in the field, you shall not go back and get it. It shall be for the alien, for the orphan, and for the widow, in order that the Lord your God may bless you in all the work of your hands. When you beat your olive tree, you shall not go over the boughs again. It shall be for the alien, for the orphan, and for the widow. When you gather the grapes of your vineyard, you shall not go over it again. It shall be for the alien, for the orphan, and for the widow. You shall remember that you were a slave in the land of Egypt. Therefore, I am commanding you to do this thing. And there is a small little thingamajigger for Daniel Webster, 1782 to 1852. Daniel Webster was part of the second generation of American statesmen. As a young man, he grew up on the speeches of Presidents George Washington and John Adams. Following his own entry into politics, Webster became a leading national figure. He served almost a decade in the U.S. House, nearly 2 decades in the U.S. Senate, and was the Secretary of State for 3 different presidents. He was considered the greatest attorney in his generation and personally argued and won numerous cases before the U.S. Supreme Court. That's it. Okay, Deuteronomy 25. Sundry laws. If there is a dispute between men and they go to court and the judges decide their case and they justify the righteous and condemn the wicked, then it shall be, if the wicked man deserves to be beaten, the judge shall then make him lie down and be beaten in his presence with the number of stripes according to his guilt. He may be beat him 40 times, but no more, so that he does not beat him with many more stripes than these, and your brother is not degraded in your eyes. You shall not muzzle the ox while he is threshing. When brothers live together and one of them dies and has no son, the wife of the deceased shall not be married outside the family to a strange man. Her husband's brothers shall go into her and take her to himself as wife and perform the duty of a husband's brother to her. It shall be that the firstborn whom she bears shall assume the name of his dead brother, so that his name will not be blotted out from Israel. But if the man does not desire to take his brother's wife, then his brother's wife shall go up to the gate to the elders and say, My husband's brother refuses to establish a name for his brother in Israel. He is not willing to perform the duty of a husband's brother to me. Then the elders of his city shall summon him and speak to him. And if he persists and says, I do not desire to take her, then his brother's wife shall come to him in the sight of the elders and pull his sandal off his foot and spit in his face, and she shall declare, Thus it is done to the man who does not build up his brother's house. In Israel his name shall be called the house of him whose sandal is removed. If two men, a man and his countryman, are struggling together, and the wife of one comes near to deliver her husband from the hand of the one who is striking him, and puts out her hand and seizes his genitals, then you shall cut off her hand. You shall not show pity. You shall not have in your bag differing weights, a large and a small. You shall not have in your house differing measures, a large and a small. You shall have a full and just weight. You shall have a full and just measure, that your days may be prolonged in the land which the Lord your God gives you. For everyone who does these things, everyone who acts unjustly, is an abomination to the Lord your God. Remember that Amalek did to you along the way when you came out of Egypt, how he met you along the way and attacked among you all the stragglers at your rear when you were faint and weary, and he did not fear God. Therefore, it shall come about when the Lord your God has given you rest from all your surrounding enemies in the land which the Lord your God gives you as an inheritance to possess, you shall blot out the memory of Amalek from under heaven. You must not forget. Deuteronomy 26. Offering first fruits. Then it shall be when you enter the land which the Lord your God gives you as an inheritance, and you possess it and you live in it, that you shall take some of the first of all the produce of the ground which you bring in from your land that the Lord your God gives you, and you shall put it in a basket and go to the place where the Lord your God chooses to establish his name. You shall go to the priest who is in the office at that time and say to him, I declare this day to the Lord my God that I have entered the land which the Lord swore to our fathers to give us. Then the priest shall take the basket from your hand and set it down before the altar of the Lord your God. You shall answer and say before the Lord your God, My father was a wandering Armenian, and he went down to Egypt and sojourned there, few in number, but there he became a great, mighty, and populous nation. And the Egyptians treated us harshly and afflicted us, and imposed hard labor on us. Then we cried to the Lord, the God of our fathers, and the Lord heard our voice and saw our affliction and our toil and our oppression. And the Lord brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand and outstretched arm, and with great terror and with signs and wonders. And he brought us to this place and has given us this land, a land flowing with milk and honey. Now behold, I have brought the first of the produce of the ground, which you, O Lord, have given me, and you shall set it down before the Lord your God, and worship before the Lord your God. And you and the Levite and the alien who is among you shall rejoice in all the good which the Lord your God has given you and your household. When you have finished paying all the tithe of your increase in the third year, the year of tithing, then you shall give it to the Levite, to the stranger, to the orphan, and to the widow, that they may eat in your towns and be satisfied. You shall say before the Lord your God, I have removed the sacred portion from my house, and also have given it to the Levite and the alien, the orphan and the widow, according to all your commandments which you have commanded me. I have not transgressed or forgotten any of your commandments. I have not eaten of it while mourning, nor have I removed any of it while I was unclean, nor offered any of it to the dead. I have listened to the voice of my Lord my God. I have done according to all that you have commanded me. Look down from your holy habitation from heaven, and bless your people, Israel, and the ground which you have given us, a land flowing with milk and honey, as you swore to our fathers. This day the Lord your God commands you to do these statutes and ordinances. You shall therefore be careful to do them with all your heart and with all your soul. You have today declared the Lord to be your God, and that you would walk in his ways and keep his statutes, his commandments, and his ordinances, and listen to his voice. The Lord has today declared you to be his people, a treasured possession as he promised you, and that you should keep all his commandments, and that he will set you high above all nations which he has made for praise, fame, and honor, and that you shall be a consecrated people in the Lord your God as he has spoken. That's it. All right. Deuteronomy 27, the curses of Mount Ebal. Then Moses and the elders of Israel charged the people, saying, Keep all the commandments which I command you today. So it shall be on the day when you cross the Jordan to the land which the Lord your God gives you, that you shall set up for yourself large stones and coat them with lime, and write on them all the words of this law when you cross over, so that you may enter the land which the Lord your God gives you, a land flowing with milk and honey, as the Lord the God of your fathers promised you. So it shall be when you cross the Jordan, you shall set up on Mount Ebal these stones as I'm commanding you today, and you shall coat them with lime. Moreover, you shall build there an altar to the Lord your God, an altar of stones. You shall not wield an iron tool on them. You shall build the altar of the Lord your God of uncut stones, and you shall offer on it burnt offerings to the Lord your God. And you shall sacrifice peace offerings and eat there, and rejoice before the Lord your God. You shall write on the stones all the words of this law very distinctly. Then Moses and the Levitical priests spoke to all Israel, saying, Be silent and listen, O Israel. This day you have become a people for the Lord your God. You shall therefore obey the Lord your God and do his commandments and his statutes which I command you today. Moses also charged the people on that day, saying, When you cross the Jordan, these shall stand on Mount Gerizim to bless the people: Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Joseph, and Benjamin. For the curse, these shall stand on Mount Ebal: Reuben, Gad, Asher, Zebulun, Dan, and Naphtali. The Levites shall then answer and say, all the men of Israel with a loud voice, Cursed is the man who makes an idol or a molten image, an abomination to the Lord, the work of the hands of the craftsman, and sets it up in secret, and all the people shall answer and say, Amen. Cursed is he who dishonors his father or mother, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is he who moves his neighbor's boundary mark, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is he who misleads a blind person on the road, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is he who distorts the justice due an alien, orphan, and widow, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is he who lies with his father's wife, because he has uncovered his father's skirt, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is he who lies with an animal, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is he who lies with his sister, the daughter of his father or his mother, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is he who lies with his mother-in-law, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is he who strikes his neighbor in secret, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is he who accepts a bribe to strike down an innocent person, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is he who does not confirm the words of the law by doing them, and all the people shall say, Amen. That's it. All right, Deuteronomy 29, the covenant in Moab. These are the words of the covenant which the Lord commanded Moses to make with the sons of Israel in the land of Moab, besides the covenant which he had made with them at Horeb. Moses summoned all Israel and said to them, You have seen all that the Lord did before our eyes in the land of Egypt to Pharaoh and all his servants and all his land. The great trials which your eyes have seen, those great signs and wonders. Yet to this day the Lord has not given you a heart to know, nor eyes to see, nor ears to hear. I have led you 40 years in the wilderness. Your clothes have not worn out on you, and your sandal has not worn out on your foot. You have not eaten bread, nor have you drunk wine or strong drink, in order that you might know that I am the Lord your God. When you reach this place, Sihon the king of Heshbon and Og the king of Bashan came out to meet us for battle, but we defeated them. And we took their land and gave it as an inheritance to the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half-tribe of the Manassites. So keep the words of this covenant to do them, that you may prosper in all that you do. You stand today, all of you, before the Lord your God, your chiefs, your tribes, your elders, and your officers, even all the men of Israel, your little ones, your wives, and the alien who was within your camps, from the one who chops your wood to the one who draws your water, that you may enter into the covenant with the Lord your God, and into his oath, which the Lord your God is making with you today, in order that he may establish you today as his people, and that he may be your God, just as he spoke to you, as he swore to your fathers, to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Now not with you alone am I making this covenant and this oath, but both with those who stand here with us today in the presence of the Lord our God, and with those who are not with us here today. For you know how we lived in the land of Egypt, and how we came through the midst of the nations through which you passed. Moreover, you have seen their abominations and their idols of wood, stone, silver, and gold, which they had with them. So that there will not be among you a man or woman or family or tribe whose heart turns away today from the Lord our God, to go and serve the gods of those nations, that there will not be among you a root-bearing poisonous fruit or wormwood. It shall be when he hears the words of this curse that he will boast, saying, I have peace, though I have walked in stubbornness of my heart, in order to destroy the watered land with the dry. The Lord shall never be willing to forgive him, but rather the anger of the Lord and his jealousy will burn against that man, and every curse which is written in this book will rest on him, and the Lord will blot out his name from under heaven. Then the Lord will single him out for adversity from all the tribes of Israel, according to the curses of the covenant which are written in this book of law. Now the generation to come, your sons who rise up, and you after you, and the foreigner who comes from a distant land, when they see the plagues of the land and the diseases with which the Lord has afflicted it, will say, All its land is brimstone and salt. a burning waste, unsown and unproductive, and no grass grows in it, like the overthrow of Sodom and Gomorrah, Admah and Zeboim, which the Lord overthrew in his anger and in his wrath. All the nations will say, "Why has the Lord done thus to this land? Why this great outburst of anger?" And men will say, "Because they forsook the covenant of the Lord, the God of their fathers, which he made with them when he brought them out of the land of Egypt. They went and served other gods and worshipped them, gods whom they have not known and whom he had not allotted to them." Therefore, the anger of the Lord burned against that land to bring upon it every curse which is written in this book. And the Lord uprooted them from their land in anger and in fury and in great wrath, and cast them into another land, as it is this day. The secret things belong to the Lord our God, but the things revealed belong to us and to our sons forever, that we may observe all the words of this law. That's it. All right. Deuteronomy 30. Restoration promised. So it shall be, when all these things have come upon you, the blessings and the curse which I have set before you, and you call them to mind in all the nations where the Lord your God has banished you, and you return to the Lord your God and obey him with all your heart and all your soul, according to all that I command you today, you and your sons, then the Lord your God will restore you from captivity and have compassion on you, and will gather you again from all the peoples where the Lord your God has scattered you. If your outcasts are at the ends of the earth, from there the Lord your God will gather you, and from there he will bring you back. The Lord your God will bring you into the land which your fathers possessed, and you shall possess it, and he will prosper you and multiply you more than your fathers. Moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, to love your Lord your God, to love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul, so that you may live. The Lord your God will inflict all these curses on your enemies and on those who hate you, who persecuted you. And you shall again obey the Lord and observe all his commandments, which I command you today. Then the Lord your God will prosper you abundantly in all the work of your hand, in the offspring of your body, and in the offspring of your cattle, and in the produce of your ground. For the Lord will again rejoice over you for good, just as he rejoiced over your fathers. If you obey the Lord your God to keep his commandments and his statutes, which are written in this book of the law, if you turn to the Lord your God with all your heart and soul, for this commandment which I command you today is not too difficult for you, nor is it out of reach. It is not in heaven that you should say, "Who will go up to heaven for us to get it for us and make us hear it, that we may observe it?" Nor is it beyond the sea that you should say, "Who will cross the sea for us to get it for us and make us hear it, that we may observe it?" But the word is very near you, in your mouth and in your heart, that you may observe it. Deuteronomy 30:15. Choose life. See, I have set before you today life and prosperity, and death and adversity, in that I command you today to love the Lord your God, to walk in his ways, and to keep his commandments and his statutes and his judgments, that you may live and multiply, and that the Lord your God may bless you in the land where you are entering to possess it. But if your heart turns away and you will not obey, but are drawn away and worship other gods and serve them, I declare to you today that you shall surely perish. You will not prolong your days in the land where you are crossing the Jordan to enter and possess it. I call heaven and earth to witness against you today that I have set before you life and death, the blessing and the curse. So choose life in order that you may live, you and your descendants, by loving the Lord your God, by obeying his voice, and by holding fast to him, for this is your life and the length of your days, that you may live in the land which the Lord swore to your fathers, to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, to give them. That's it. All right. Deuteronomy 31. Moses' last counsel. So Moses went and spoke these words to all Israel, and he said to them, I am 120 years old today, and am no longer able to come and go, and the Lord has said to me, you shall not cross this Jordan. It is the Lord your God who will cross ahead of you. He will destroy these nations before you, and you shall dispossess them. Joshua is the one who will cross ahead of you, just as the Lord has spoken. The Lord will do to them just as he did to Sihon and Og, the kings of the Amorites, and to their land when he destroyed them. The Lord will deliver them up from before you, and you shall do to them according to all the commandments which I have commanded you. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or tremble at them. For the Lord your God is the one who goes with you. He will not fail you or forsake you. Then Moses called to Joshua and said to him in the sight of all Israel, Be strong and courageous, for you shall go with this people into the land which the Lord has sworn to their fathers to give them, and you shall give it to them as an inheritance. The Lord is the one who goes ahead of you. He will be with you. He will not fail you or forsake you. Do not fear or be dismayed. So Moses wrote this law and gave it to the priests, the son of Levi, who carried the ark of the covenant of the Lord, and to all the elders of Israel. Then Moses commanded them, saying, At the end of every 7 years, at the time of the year of remission of debts, at the feast of booths, when Israel comes to appear before the Lord your God at the place which he will choose, you shall read this law in front of all of Israel in their hearing. Assemble the people, the men and the women and the children, and the alien who is in your town, so that they may hear and learn and fear the Lord your God, and be careful to observe all the words of this law. Their children who have not known will hear and learn to fear the Lord your God, as long as you live on the land which you are about to cross the Jordan to possess. Deuteronomy 31:14, Israel will fall away. Then the Lord said to Moses, Behold, the time for you to die is near. Call Joshua, and present yourselves at the tent of meeting, that I may commission him. So Moses and Joshua went and presented themselves at the tent of meeting. The Lord appeared in the tent in a pillar of cloud, and the pillar of cloud stood at the doorway of the tent. The Lord said to Moses, Behold, you are about to lie down with your fathers, and this place will arise and play their harlot with the strange gods of the land, into the midst of which they are going, and will forsake me and break my covenant which I have made with them. Then my anger will be kindled against them in that day, and I will forsake them and hide my face from them, and they will be consumed, and many evils and troubles will come upon them, so that they will say in that day, Is it not because our God is among us that these evils have come upon us? But I will surely hide my face in that day because of all the evil which they will do, for they will turn to other gods. Now, therefore, write this song for yourselves and teach it to the sons of Israel. Put it on their lips, so that this song may be witness for me against the sons of Israel. For when I bring them into the land flowing with milk and honey, which I swore to their fathers, and they have eaten and are satisfied and become prosperous, then they will turn to other gods and serve them, and spurn me and break my covenant. Then it shall come about, when many evils and troubles have come upon them, that this song will testify before them as a witness, for it shall not be forgotten from the lips of their descendants. For I know their intent which they are developing today, before I have brought them into the land which I swore. So Moses wrote this song the same day and taught it to the sons of Israel. Deuteronomy 31:23, Joshua is commissioned. Then he commissioned Joshua, the son of Nun, and son of Nun, and said, Be strong and courageous, for you shall bring the sons of Israel into the land which I swore to them, and I will be with you. It came about when Moses finished writing the words of this law in a book, until they were complete, that Moses commanded the Levites who carried the ark of the covenant of the Lord, saying, "Take this book of the law and place it beside the ark of the covenant of the Lord your God, that it may remain there as a witness against you. For I know your rebellion and I know your stubbornness. Behold, while I am still alive with you today, you have been rebellious against the Lord. How much more then after my death? Assemble to me all the elders of your tribes and your officers, that I may speak these words in their hearing and call the heavens and the earth to witness against them. For I know that after my death you will act corruptly and turn from the way which I have commanded you, and evil will befall you in the latter days. For you will do that which is evil in the sight of the Lord, provoking him to anger with the work of your hands." Then Moses spoke in the hearing of all the assembly of Israel the words of this song until they were complete. That's the end of Deuteronomy 31, and I want to go back and read this little excerpt on Reverend Samuel Davies, 1723-1761. Ordained as a minister in 1747, he became a key figure in the First Great Awakening, the national revival that not only strengthened Christianity in the lives of Americans, but also facilitated the intercolonial unity so crucial to success in the American Revolution. He is considered the best pulpit preacher in American history, and during the time he pastored in Virginia, a young man diligently attended to his sermons, studying and even imitating him. That young man is Patrick Henry, and his remarkable orator skills are credited to the influence of Davies upon him. Davies became president of Princeton, succeeding his friend, the Reverend Jonathan Edwards, another notable preacher of the Great Awakening. Famous for his sermon, "Sinners in the Hands of Angry God," in which listeners literally clung to the pews and pillars in the church, envisioning themselves sliding into hell while hearing his sermon. That's it. All right. Deuteronomy 32, Song of Moses. Give ear, O heavens, and let me speak, and let the earth hear the words of my mouth. Let my teaching drop as the rain, my speech distill as the dew, as the droplets on the fresh grass, and as the showers on the herb. For I proclaim the name of the Lord, ascribe greatness to our Lord. The rock, his work is perfect, for all his ways are just, a God of faithfulness and without injustice. Righteousness, and he upright he is he. They have acted corruptly toward him. They are not his children because of their defect, but are a perverse and crooked generation. Do you thus repay the Lord, O foolish and unwise people? Is not he your father who has bought you? He has made you and established you. Remember the days of old, consider the years of all generations. Ask your father, and he will inform you, your elders, and they will tell you. When the Most High gave the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of man, he set the boundaries of the peoples according to the number of the sons of Israel. For the Lord's portion is his people, Jacob is the atonement of his inheritance. He found him in a desert land and in the howling waste of a wilderness. He encircled him, he cared for him, he guarded him as the pupil of his eye. Like an eagle that stirs up its nest, that hovers over its young, he spread his wings and caught them. He carried them on his pinions. The Lord alone guided him, and there was no foreign god with him. He made him ride on the high places of the earth, and he ate the product of the field. And he made him suck honey from the rock, and oil from the flinty rock, curds of cows and milk of the flock, with fat of lambs and rams, the breed of Bashan, and goats, with the finest of the wheat, and of the blood of grapes you drank wine. But Jeshurun grew fat and kicked. You are grown fat, thick, and sleek. Then he forsook God who made him, and scorned the rock of his salvation. They made him jealous with strange gods. With abominations they provoked him to anger. They sacrificed to demons who were not God, to gods whom they were not known, new gods who came lately, whom your fathers did not dread. You neglected the rock who begot you, and forgot the God who gave you birth. The Lord saw this and spurned them because of the provocation of his sons and daughters. Then he said, I will hide my face from them. I will see what their end shall be. For they are a perverse generation, sons in whom is no faithfulness. They have made me jealous with what is not God. They have provoked me to anger with their idols. So I will make them jealous with those who are not a people. I will provoke them to anger with a foolish nation. For a fire is kindled in my anger, and burns in the lowest part of Sheol, and consumes the earth with its yield, and sets on fire the foundations of the mountains. I will heap misfortunes on them. I will use my arrows on them. They will be wasted by famine and consumed by plague and bitter destruction, and the teeth of beasts I will send upon them. With the venom of crawling things of the dust, outside the sword will be reeve, and inside terror, both young man and virgin, the nursling with the man of gray hair. For you shall see the land at a distance, but you shall not go there, into the land which I am giving the sons of Israel. All right. Period of national mourning. When Moses had completed the task assigned him by God in securing the deliverance of Israel from slavery and establishing them as an independent nation, God took him home, as recorded in Deuteronomy 34, 1-8. Now Moses went up from the plains of Moab to Mount Nebo, to the top of the Pisgah, which is opposite Jericho. And the Lord showed him all the land. Then the Lord said to him, This is the land which I swore to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, saying, I will give it to you, to your descendants. I have let you see it with your eyes, but you shall not go over there. So Moses, the servant of the Lord, died there in the land of Moab, according to the word of the Lord. So the sons of Israel wept for Moses in the plains of Moab 30 days. Then the days of weeping and mourning for Moses came to an end. This biblical model of having 30 days of mourning for the passing of a national leader was adopted by the founding fathers and continues to this day. For example, when George Washington died, a 30-day period of national mourning was declared for him, just as it had been for Moses long before. Congress directed, and be it further resolved, that it be recommended to the people of the United States to wear crepe on the left arm as mourning for 30 days. Crepe was the black woven material used for making clerical robes. A band of it was worn around the arm as a symbol of mourning. A sackcloth and ashes were used throughout the Old Testament. Additionally, official correspondence frequently added a black border around writings, and many newspapers also included that border as a reminder. A 30-day period of mourning was also observed for the death of other national leaders and notables, including when the House of Representatives did so for Samuel Adams and Benjamin Franklin. When the President Thomas Jefferson died, President John Quincy Adams likewise called for a period of national mourning, along the military announcing the sad event. The President, with deep regret, announces that it has pleased the disposer of all human events, in whose hands are the issues of life, to remove from the scene of the earthly existence of our illustrious and venerated fellow citizen Thomas Jefferson. This dispensation of divine providence afflicting to us but the consummation of glory to him occurred on the 4th of the present month, on the 15th anniversary of that independence, the declaration of which, man, hold on. I just got done cutting the grass and my eyes are watering. Give me 1 second. Okay. Where was I? All right. This dispensation of divine providence afflicting to us, but the consummation of glory to him, occurred on the 4th of the present month, on the 15th anniversary of that independence, the declaration of which, emanating from his mind, at once proclaimed the birth of a free nation and offered motives of hope and consolation to the whole family of man. President John Adams had died on the very same day and was included in that directive, along with the announcement. It has become the painful duty to announce to the Army the death of another distinguished and venerated citizen. John Adams departed this life on the 4th this month. Like his compatriot Jefferson, he aided in drawing and ably supporting the Declaration of Independence. With a prophetic eye, he looked through the impending difficulties of the Revolution and foretold with what demonstrations of joy the anniversary of the birth of American freedom would be hailed. He was permitted to behold the verification of his prophecy and died, as did Jefferson, on the day of the Jubilee. A coincidence of circumstances so wonderful gives confidence to the belief that the patriotic efforts of the illustrious men were heaven-directed and furnishes a new seal in the hope that the prosperity of these states is under the special protection of a kind providence. Similar periods of mourning were observed across subsequent generations at the death of national leaders. And in 1942, Congress passed a federal law specifically establishing the 30-day period, requiring that the flag shall be flown at half-staff 30 days from the death of the president or a former president. This is yet another American practice with biblical roots, being first implemented at the passing of America's national leader, George Washington, just as had been done with the passing of Israel's national leader, Moses, 3,500 years earlier. That's it.
All right. The blessings of Moses, Deuteronomy 33. Now this is the blessing with which Moses, the man of God, blessed the sons of Israel before his death. He said, "The Lord came from Sinai and dawned on them from Seir. He shone forth from Mount Paran, and he came from the midst of 10,000 holy ones. At his right hand there was flashing lightning for them. Indeed, he loves the people. All your holy ones are in your hand, and they followed your steps. Everyone received your words. Moses charged us with a law, a possession for the assembly of Jacob. As he was king in Jeshurun, when the heads of the people were gathered, the tribes of Israel together. May Reuben live and not die, nor his men be few. And this regarding Judah, so he said, Hear, O Lord, the voice of Judah, and bring him to his people. With his hands he contended for them, and may you be a help against his adversaries. Of Levi he said, Let your Thummim and your Urim belong to your godly man, whom you proved at Messiah, with whom you contended at the waters of Meribah, who said of his father and his mother, I did not consider them, and he did not acknowledge his brothers. Nor did he regard his own sons, for they observed your word and kept your covenant. They shall teach your ordinances to Jacob, and your law to Israel. They shall put incense before you, and whole burnt offerings on your altar. O Lord, bless his substance, and accept the work of his hands. Shatter the loins of those who rise up against him, and those who hate him, so that they will not rise again. Of Benjamin he said, May the beloved of the Lord dwell in security by him, who shields him all the day, and he dwells between his shoulders. Of Joseph he said, Blessed of the Lord be his land, with the choice things of heaven, with the dew, and from the deep lying beneath, and with the choice yield of the sun, and with the choice produce of the months, and with the best things of an ancient mountains, and with the choice things of the everlasting hills, and with the choice things of the earth and its fullness, and the favor of him who dealt in the bush. Let it come to the head of Joseph, and to the crown of the head of the one distinguished among his brothers. As the firstborn of his ox, majesty is his, and his horns are the horns of the wild ox. With them he will push the peoples all at once to the ends of the earth. And those are the 10,000s of Ephraim, and those are the thousands of Manasseh. Of Zebulun he said, Rejoice, Zebulun, in your going forth, and Issachar in your tents. They will call people to the mountain. There they will offer righteous sacrifices, for they will draw out the abundance of the seas and the hidden treasures of the sand. Of God he said, Blessed is the one who enlarges God. He lies down as a lion and tears the arm, also the crown of the head. Then he provided the first part for himself, and there the ruler's portion was reserved, and he came with the leaders of the people. He executed the justice of the Lord and his ordinances with Israel. Of Dan he said, Dan is a lion's whelp that leaps forth from Bashan. Of Naphtali he said, O Naphtali, satisfied with favor and full of blessing of the Lord, take possession of the sea and the south. Of Asher he said, More blessed than sons of Asher, may he be favored by his brothers, and may he dip his foot in oil. Your locks will be iron and bronze, and according to your days, so will your leisurely walk be. There is none like the God of Jeshurun, who rides the heavens to your help, and through the skies in his majesty. The eternal God is a dwelling place, and underneath are the everlasting arms. And he drove out the enemy from before you and said, Destroy. So Israel dwells in security, the fountains of Jacob secluded, in a land of grain and new wine. His heavens also drop down dew. Blessed are you, O Israel, who is like you, a people saved by the Lord, who is the shield of your help and the sword of your majesty. So your enemies will cringe before you, and you will tread upon their high places. Deuteronomy 34, Death of Moses. Now Moses went up from the plains of Moab to Mount Nebo, to the top of Pisgah, which is opposite Jericho. And the Lord showed him all the land, Gilead as far as Dan, and all Naphtali, and the land of Ephraim and Manasseh, and all the land of Judah as far as the western sea, and the Negev and the plain in the valley of Jericho, the city of palm trees as far as Zor. Then the Lord said to him, This is the land which I swore to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, saying, I will give it to your descendants. I have let you see it with your eyes, but you shall not go over there. So Moses, the servant of the Lord, died there in the land of Moab, according to the word of the Lord. He buried him in the valley, in the land of Moab, opposite Beth Peor, but no man knows his burial place to this day. Although Moses was 120 years old when he died, his eye was not dim, nor his vigor abated. So the sons of Israel wept for Moses in the plains of Moab 30 days. Then the days of weeping and mourning for Moses came to an end. Now Joshua the son of Nun was filled with the spirit of wisdom, for Moses had laid his hands on him, and the sons of Israel listened to him and did as the Lord had commanded Moses. Since that time, no prophet has risen in Israel like Moses, whom the Lord knew face to face. For all the signs and wonders of which the Lord sent him to perform in the land of Egypt against Pharaoh, all his servants, and all his land, and for all the mighty power, and for all the great terror which Moses performed in the sight of Israel. That's it, and I think that does it for the book of Moses.